going to call the meeting to order. Laura Lee, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Stu Boyd,
Here.
Denise Chapman,
Here.
Lori Goble, Don Kirk, Alexander Lessem.
Here.
Nancy Rumpel.
Here.
Mike Scholl.
All right, thank you. Nancy, flag is there. Will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. However, it's been brought to my attention that there is going to be a suggestion to eliminate one of the items in discussion for tonight's meeting. So,
Sure.
Dr. Heller, do you want to explain to us what's going on there?
Absolutely. So there is an item on the agenda to present to the board, essentially a variance, if you will, to the calendar for Ferguson High School. As I think you know, this is something that's been done in the past because Ferguson is on a quarter system rather than a semester system. So that we've always done a change to the calendar. So they run on a slightly different calendar than the rest of the district. However, with the situations that we're dealing with in terms of budget, staffing, and potential for some furlough days, we're gonna have to potentially make a change to the overall master calendar anyway in June. So we thought rather than approving a Ferguson change tonight and then having to change it again in June didn't make a whole lot of sense. So we'll bring both of those items to the June study session and regular meeting.
So the plan is to remove it for tonight and then have it on the study session agenda for June.
Correct.
Okay. In order for that to happen, we'll need to have a motion. So if someone would make a motion then to move agenda item 5.4, which is Ferguson High School calendar variance from tonight to June, and we can proceed from there.
I move that we remove agenda item 5.4 from the agenda so that it can be put on one of the meeting agendas in June.
Okay, thank you. That will need a second.
Second.
Okay. Laura Lee, did you get those? Okay. Any discussion? All right, let's proceed to the vote then.
Stu Boyd,
Aye.
Denise Chapman,
Aye.
Lori is on, Don Kirk, Alexander Lessem.
Aye.
Nancy Rumpel.
Aye.
Mike Scholl,
Is this the agenda?
Yes.
Aye.
Lori Goble,
It's
or, no, I'm sorry.
Actually
Yeah, we
removing
got-
something from the agenda. Item
I voted for it.
5.4. You would have voted for it even if you had known what you were voting for. Okay, so that passes then 5-0. 5-0. Then we'll proceed to approving the agenda. We will renumber, beginning with Head Start Community Assessment will become 5.4. The first read policy of the student use of cell phones and other personal technology devices will become 5.5. The Loveland Police Department and Larimer County Sheriff's Office Intergovernmental Agreement, 5.6. The proclamation recognizing National Teacher Appreciation Week will become 5.7. And the standard action consent items will become 5.8. So could I have a motion then to approve and adopt this revised agenda?
So moved. Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, let's proceed to the vote.
Stu Boyd,
Aye.
Denise Chapman,
Aye.
Don Kirk, Alexander Lessem.
Aye.
Nancy Rumpel.
Aye.
Mike Scholl.
Okay. That also passed 5-0, so we will proceed tonight with an amended agenda. And without further ado, Dr. Heller, would you like to introduce our presenters, or?
Well, we have our Sarah Milner crew here. We got quite the crew from Sarah Milner. So I'm gonna bring forward our principal and
So they are going to steal the show for you. I do have a couple of things. I have some staff that have some things, but honestly, they get to own it. Okay, so here we go. Are you guys ready? All right. I didn't have as much practice on my parts as they have had, so I have to look at mine. You're gonna notice that they have them pretty well done. Good evening, Board of Education, Dr. Heller, TSD community, and most notably, the Sarah Milner community. We are all capable of more than we give ourselves credit for, but we can only get there when we feel seen, heard, safe, and supported in the space that we're in. This year, our trend has been to lead with belonging. The impact of Leader in Me reminds us that when we intentionally build that sense of belonging, something powerful happens. We become pretty extraordinary. At Sarah Milner, we lead in a way that prioritizes people, knowing the mission will come with it, because we will rise together and we will go further.
We believe that every student is capable of more than they even may see in themselves. But that potential is only unlocked when students feel a deep sense of belonging, purpose, and ownership within our school. That belief is exactly why we created leadership jobs. These are not just tasks for students to complete. They are intentional opportunities for students to see themselves as valued contributors to our community.
When we give students real roles, invite them to take responsibility and pass leadership from experienced students to those just beginning, we are sending a clear message. You matter here. You have something to offer. By expanding roles, creating new opportunities, and recognizing contributions, like through Employee of the Month, we are keeping students at the center of our decisions. Students are not just part of the school, they are help shaping it.
As we look ahead, our vision is to continue refining these opportunities so they become even more meaningful and student-driven. We want students to have a voice not only in the jobs they hold, but in the process, through things like interviewing, helping select leaders, and identifying where their strengths can shine. Our goal is to build a culture of ownership and engagement across the entire school, from leadership jobs to houses to clubs like Student Council. Because when students don't just attend school, but lead within it, we create a community where everyone belongs, contributes, and grows together. Today we have Caroline, Dylan, Joseph, Jilly, James, Lillian, and Avery to give you more information.
Good evening, members of the board. We are here tonight to share how the Leader in Me framework and our school leadership jobs have transformed our school into a place where every student and staff member feels they truly belong.
Research shows that when we put leadership skills into practice, we gain a sense of responsibility and purpose. It's not just about doing a job. It's about the self-confidence that comes from knowing we are an essential part of our school community.
We work hard to make everyone feel welcome here and south.
Belonging starts the second you step onto campus. Our morning greeters and breakfast escorts make sure every student, parent, and visitor feels happy and safe as soon as they arrive.
Once the day school is moving, our cafe crew takes over to support one of the busiest parts of our day, lunchtime. They help Mr. Kyle set up and take down the cafeteria so it is ready for every student.
But the real impact is on belonging. The cafe crew supports our kindergarten and first grade students by helping with condiments, napkins, and sports. By helping our youngest peers, we make sure they feel supported, included, and cared for by older students.
Our equipment engineers also play an important role in creating a positive environment during recess. They make sure playground equipment is ready each day by bringing the equipment cart outside in the morning and returning it at the end of the day.
They also check equipment, like making sure the balls have enough air so all students can safely and successfully participate in recess. Because of them, everyone has access to the tools they need to play, connect, and belong.
support, similar stuff, and so expectation. Leadership roles help our staff feel more connected to us. Office assistants keep the building running smoothly by updating attendance boards and delivering awards, which helps the whole school feel organized and supported. The cafe crew also plays a big part in our school culture. During lunch, they monitor and reward grade levels that are modeling our RAM's behavior. This means we are looking for the good in each other and celebrating it. Even in our tinies in the younger grades help with end-of-day tasks. When everyone has a role, the workload is shared, and our school feels like we're a family where every contribution matters. We expect growth and life skills. These jobs teach us real-world skills that we will use forever. We complete applications and even gather references from adults to show we are a good fit for a role. Through this process, we learn time management, empathy, responsibility, and how to work as a team. We learn that mistakes are opportunities to grow into better leaders.
When students are empowered to help run the school, from the front doors to the cafeteria to the playground, attendance improves and we feel a deep sense of ownership.
Thank you for supporting Leader in Me by giving us the voice and choice to lead. You are helping us build a school where every student and staff member knows they belong.
Thank you!
Like I said, they get to steal the show. I get to talk a little bit about the boring stuff, the data. So at Sarah Milner, we've made a focused school-wide commitment to strengthen our students' sense of belonging, knowing that is the foundation for both academic and overall well-being. This work has been intentional, collective, and grounded in both systems and student voice. As a staff, we've started to build common language around belonging, ensuring students' experiences are consistent in every space through our building. We also make a point to name and model inclusive practices. So belonging is not left to chance. It's visible, intentional, and expected. This is what happens when you don't. We're grounded in our work in data. We grounded our work in data. So taking time to reflect together, identify areas of growth. Most importantly, we listen to our students to better understand their daily experiences. In the fall, our sense of belonging data was 55%, with our lowest area being in the peer-to-peer interactions. One of the most impactful ways we addressed this was, as you heard, through our Leader in Me student jobs. These were not just jobs, they were intentional structures designed to build connection, responsibility, and purpose. These opportunities go beyond belonging. They build essential life skills. Students apply for roles, like they said. They gather references, like they mentioned, and develop skills like responsibility, empathy, time management, and teamwork, which is also something they talked about. They begin to see themselves as leaders who can make a difference. We intentionally asked the sense of belonging questions without the neutral option. Our goal was to better understand whether students were choosing the middle option response out of uncertainty and to identify where they may need more clarity around these experiences and how they might look and sound at Sarah Milner. Our data showed that 3rd and 4th grade students had favorable responses across each question. In 5th grade, however, we did see a dip. With that in mind, we've been especially focused on strengthening our student-to-student interactions. We've committed this work through intentional instruction in conflict resolution, restorative practices to repair relationships, and clearly defined key terms such as respect, mean, unkind, and bullying. And yay, we had success. We were really encouraged by our spring panorama survey results. Not only did we see significant growth in student-to-teacher relationships, but also overall sense of belonging. On the slide, you can see the trend here at Sarah Milner. We're excited about where we're gonna go next year. We've committed to continue our intentional work, teaching conflict resolution, building student emotional regulation skills, and coaching students to use their voice when something does not feel right. Most importantly, we want every student to feel that their voice truly does matter in our school decisions and that they have a sense of ownership in our building. We believe here at Sarah Milner, belonging is not something that we hope for, it is something that we design, model, and continuously improve. We remain committed to ensuring every student feels seen, valued, and that they truly belong.
And one thing that we are encouraging our students, our community, and our staff to recognize is that leading with belonging is not a task that you can check off your list. It's a culture to be cultivated and practiced continuously. It comes first with the courage to see that everyone has value in the school and the community. The wisdom to know that when you lift other people up, that we all rise together. Moving forward, I want you all to know that you have the power to give people space to really feel seen. And today, it's really important that we lead with our heart to see exactly how far our community can go with these beliefs in mind. Knowing that they truly, truly belong part of our community and everything that we do as a community. Thank you.
All right, may we ask them some questions?
Of course, yes.
All right. Nancy, any comments or questions for the students or the adults?
I have two. The first one is, those pink boots are to die for. And I would never have the courage to wear them, so I
She
applaud
rocks
you.
them, doesn't she? She rocks everything she wears, yeah?
She loves things.
I'm curious, so I've always been fascinated when kids move from 5th to 6th, there's just always that drop. And I don't know if we could track it. If all of this work that we're doing, like with this Leader in Me, with the 5th grade and the emotions and all of that, how that will translate to the 6th grade, or if you already have that data. I don't think I've seen that, but.
I do not have that data. We have been this year very intentional to watch our groups. So we don't just give Panorama in the spring and the fall. We actually give the MRA, which is attached to Leader in Me, and we utilize the sense of belonging questions to do little dips to see how they're doing across all grade levels. So our kinders through our 5th graders actually take the MRA. I think it's every 3 to 4 months.
Okay. And you guys, all of you really killed it.
Yeah, we did great.
Alexandra?
So, does everybody in the school have a job, or is it just the 4th and 5th graders? And then how are the jobs assigned, and do you keep the same job all year, or does it change?
So Jilly, since you're a 1st grader, do 1st graders and kindergartners have jobs?
They do?
Yeah.
What is their job called?
Their job is Tiny Tinies.
Tiny tinies. So then the 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders have jobs like our equipment engineers, the cafe crew. What else, James? Tell me.
Game Ranger.
Ram Ranger. What else? Office assistant. The breakfast escorts. The greeters. Joseph had the greeter, and he rocked it. Yeah. Okay, so then talk about the application, because each of you filled out an application. So who wants to talk about that? Caroline, do you want to say something about the application?
They ask you for a reference from the teachers, and on the back of them it tells you pretty much everything about the jobs. And that's all I can.
Lillian, do you remember what you have to write on the application?
So you have to write it says why are you good for this job, and you have to write out
Avery, can you apply all the time, anytime when we do our jobs?
Yeah.
And the jobs usually run about 2 months. We started them in January is when we first rolled them out. And we started with, did we do 2 or 3 jobs? I think 3 the first time, and now we're up to 6. And so next year we're gonna revamp and do every month we'll be switching, is what I think we're
Just to
doing.
try to get
Get
like
more
more
kids
kids,
involved.
And then we track if somebody didn't get hired, we want to track that, so we wanna give them that opportunity. We don't want them to feel like they filled that out and didn't have that chance, so we track that so we can give them that opportunity to have a job.
Every kid has a job in the classroom, so this is just within the school.
Cool, thank you. And it's also building our like school and family connection because they have to get their signature from their grown up at home. And we have really encouraged them, at the beginning we did say it could be a teacher reference, but now we've kind of changed that to be like, it's gotta be a coach, a neighbor, somebody at home, just to kind of build that connection with the community a bit more, and family.
Alright, Denise?
Right, what so far has been your favorite job for each of you?
Mine's been office assistant because I like helping out with the bags because it helps me carry them. I like doing office assistant too because you get to like cut like teacher stuff. You get to like do kind of teacher stuff. My favorite is office assistant too because like you get to like help out the teachers.
Jilly, what's been your favorite job, Love Bug?
My favorite job was the morning greeters and breakfast escorts because I like greeting people.
She does.
You do like green. Joseph, what was your favorite job?
Holding doors.
Holding the door. You love holding the door.
And I was telling people.
Seeing all the
teacher,
people. Yeah.
Mr. Johnson was saying.
Yeah. He was
And Miss
quite the
Alora.
yes. He was quite the greeter. Dylan, what's been your favorite one?
Ram Ranger because I get to help people by picking up trash and picking up their jackets.
Keeping our area clean, huh? Caroline.
Ram Ranger because I make connections with the other kids that I work with, and it helped the environment out, and lots of kids found this one.
I like it.
Alright, Dawn, question or comment?
Just wanted to say thank you. You guys did a great job. Appreciate you sharing this with us.
You say thank you.
Thank you.
Mike?
I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to kind of express my appreciation. I think it was an amazing presentation. It sounds like just a great program. Leadership is such a valuable thing in this world, and so teaching it at an early age I think is wonderful. So thank you for that.
Well, and I have to say, the reason these adults are standing up here is they were the guiding coalition behind this. So we have action teams at Sarah Milner, and we actually utilize our late starts for one of those action teams. And so that work is all guided by staff. I actually had nothing to do with it. So it was the very best way to build leaders within our own school for our big people and our little people. So it's perfect.
And I'll wrap up questions. I'm gonna ask a question kind of following up on Nancy's. Most of the students here, I assume, go to Walt Clark after they leave you. Do they have any kind of a supporting program, anything similar that would be a next step?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, just curious. All right, well, thank you, guys. You did a great job. Thank you, and thank you. Let's give them a big round.
All right, my friends, follow me. Oh, do you want to do a picture?
So we always do a picture.
Are we doing a
Yeah.
picture?
Dr. Heller, you gonna do a picture?
Oh, would you like to do a picture?
Would you like to do a picture? I think so.
All right, friends, are we going back to do a picture?
Yeah, I guess we're gonna do a picture.
All right, we're going back.
We're gonna go this way and we're gonna do a picture.
We're going back.
Jilly, honey, go with Mr. Lyons, we're gonna take a picture. Jilly, and it's not a flash.
Okay,
Move down a little bit.
everyone squish down. Okay. We're pretty
Can you
good.
get us on mic?
I think so, yeah. All right, you ready? Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Hold still, taking some, good. All right, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Nice job.
I know, I'm sorry, I couldn't wear it all the time.
There you go. I like how you did.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on. Agenda item number 4 is high school superintendent student advisory presentations. I think you guys can all hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's begin with 4.1, which is freshman success. Dr. Heller, do you want to provide?
We're gonna flip. So we're gonna flip the order and have our empowering low-income students go first, as far as order of operations. So our empowering low-income students. So let me just start by saying the two groups that are going to present tonight are all members of the Student Advisory Council, the high school Student Advisory Council. And early in the fall, we asked them to brainstorm ideas of things that they think would be things to maybe put into our system to improve our school district. And that group came up with a bunch of different options, and they finally settled on 2 that they wanted to focus on. And so the first group that's going to come out was a group of students who are very passionate about this idea of how do we empower our low-income students? How do we make sure they have the best opportunities and the same level of opportunities that other students may have that don't have those same financial challenges? So I'll turn it over. Will you folks introduce yourselves, and then I'll jump into your presentation.
Awesome. Hi guys, I'm Leah. I don't know if you guys remember me. I'm back. I go to Mountain View. It's my last day today. I'm a senior.
Yeah, hi, my name is Luca. I'm also at Mountain View and I'm a sophomore.
Hi, my name is Ashley and I'm a junior at Loveland Classical Schools.
Yeah, jump on in, guys.
All right. So this presentation is for low-income students, and it basically has to do with our ideas of certain funding to allow opportunities in several different areas. Their reasoning is because school spirit should not be based off of your bank account information, and everyone should have access to every opportunity that's available at their school. And a lot of students, they miss out on things simply because they can't afford it, or they think they can't afford it, and there's just not very much education about it. So our idea is that we have to create a system that allows everybody to have an equal opportunity to participate. We proposed a quarterly fundraising spirit week, so that's one spirit week each quarter for a different area where funding is needed. Those areas are unified sports, because unified sports are severely underfunded, AP tests, club dues, and athletic fees.
In 2022, about only 30% of AP exam takers were from low-income families, even though students eligible for free or reduced price lunch make up around 50% of U.S. public school students. 58% of students from low-income families participated in school extracurricular activities, compared with 80% of students from higher-income families. The federal government promised under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Acts to fund up to 40% of the average per cost of educating students with disabilities. However, it has never reached that level.
So you may ask, why is this an issue? This issue is important because financial barriers should never determine students' access to opportunity. For many low-income students, the cost of participating in school programs creates obstacles that limit their ability to fully engage and succeed. First, AP testing can be expensive, and this prevents some students from taking exams that could potentially help them earn college credit and strengthen their academic futures. Further, second, club fees may seem small, but they can stop students from joining extracurricular activities where they build leadership skills, friendships, and connections within their school community. Third, athletic fees can make sports inaccessible, and even though athletics provide students with opportunities to develop teamwork, discipline, and physical well-being. And finally, unified programs are essential for ensuring that students with special needs have equal access to resources and inclusive activities. When these barriers exist, students miss out on experiences that can shape personal growth, confidence, and future success. Addressing these financial challenges is a crucial step towards creating equity and ensuring every student has the same chance to thrive.
So our solution, as I previously stated, is a quarterly Spirit Week. Each one will be raising funds. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Wish Week that most high schools do. It'll be kind of like Wish Week, but every single quarter. There will be themed competitions depending on what we're raising money for. Like if we're raising money for an AP test, maybe like a trivia or something. And there will be activities that involve the community, like dinners at restaurants, fundraising nights that allow people's parents and the community to get involved and fundraise as well. And it'll allow students to help their peers, and it'll build school pride.
Our plan, we will delegate the Spirit Weeks to the various clubs across the district, such as Interact with NHS or Sources of Strength. These clubs devote significant time to community service. They would certainly willing to organize Spirit Weeks for a good cause, as funding bake sales, restaurant nights, bingo night, movie night, and walkathon or runathon.
And now for our expected outcomes. If this plan is implemented, the expected outcomes would create more equitable opportunities for students across our district. First, with increased AP testing access, more low-income students would be able to take AP exams, earn college credit, and improve their academic performance, including building stronger college applications. And this creates greater long-term educational opportunities. As for funding club dues, that would allow students from all financial backgrounds to participate in extracurricular activities. This would help them build leadership, strengthen their teamwork, and explore personal interests without financial limitations. Third, reducing athletic fees would make sports more accessible for all students. This would promote physical health, discipline, school spirit, stronger connections within the school community. And finally, expanding support for unified activities would ensure students with special needs have access to inclusive programs tailored to growth, social interaction, and equal participation. Overall, these outcomes would create a more inclusive school environment where every student has a chance to succeed, participate, and reach their full potential regardless of financial circumstances.
Thank you, guys.
Good job. Board, any questions?
Just a second, I have a mouthful. Just about finished. Alexandra, comments or questions?
I love this idea. I think it's great. And I think a lot of times it's easy for us to say all the problems we see but not come up with solutions to fix it. And so I really like that you guys have the solution as part of it. Have you spoken to your peers at the other high schools and sort of what are their thoughts about, and I guess the people like that you're hoping to help, the Interact and the Honor Society and Sources of Strength and stuff, are they on board with this plan?
As someone who's in Interact in the Honor Society, I know that they're always looking for community service. Like every meeting, it's like, okay guys, does anyone have any ideas or any connections for community service? And because that's the main thing that they need to do. Mm-hmm. And I've always just been like, oh, Special Olympics, but this would actually give them a goal and a target that could directly impact their peers.
Yeah, additionally, just like speaking to peers, I see a lot of them say like, oh, I would love to take this AP test, but I can't afford it. And same thing with like clubs. Like, for example, like I started a HOSA chapter at my school, and one of the first questions people asked me was, oh, how much are club dues? And so I just think this is really important because it impacts so many students.
All right, Denise.
So I think these are all really important areas. And I love that you mentioned the community helping out. I think, we can't keep asking the same people all the time to contribute. So not only having school-based activities, but really involving Loveland and Berthoud, sorry, Stu, and getting them, it's a community effort perhaps that helps everybody. I don't know how far along your plans are, but how do you divide the money? And we have the different schools, and but it's fascinating. It makes me, really excited that we could put something in place like this. So I guess a comment, no questions.
Dawn.
Also love it. The only thing I would add to this for you guys to consider is that we were asked a while back, and it seems impossible because we didn't have anything like this, but this makes it possible, to consider not doing things at the school level for fundraising, because to a point you just made, if you're asking a community that's already stretched for funds to fundraise, as some of us know, it's very difficult to buy that box of cookies or the wrapping paper, and so then you kind of have that happening with all the neighbors and all the kids, and so I love the idea that we would all be doing Spirit Week. I would really love the idea if the funding was put together and then distributed equitably across the district, because we do see that there are more students in some schools who need access to this, and they are often the schools that have the least ability to fundraise from inside their community. So also echo that it's great that we would involve more of our community, because I know our community wants to get involved in our schools. The Make-A-Wish stuff, I was like, why didn't I go to all that this year? But I also think it would be really great if we could think about fundraising holistically so that we could really address the school by school challenges that we've had. So this is a great plan, and I was like, oh my gosh, we could actually do it with this. Thank you.
Mike, what's
it was nice. We just got a presentation of examples of leadership at the elementary school level, and now we get to see one at the high school level. So congratulations. I think that I'm very impressed. I have one question, and it kind of stems from my experience kind of volunteer coaching baseball. Like, what about non-financial barriers in your experience with that? Because my experience was, even sometimes the fees may not be an issue, but it's having to drive to practice and families that have odd work hours, and getting, kids to and from places or being able to pick them up, and that in some cases is as big a barrier as the financial part. Did you have any feedback on that part of it? And
I do agree that transportation is a huge issue. My whole sophomore year, I drove illegally to school because that's the only way I could stay in the district. So I totally agree that transportation is an issue. I feel like part of the funds would just have to go towards buses, and that's the most we can do with funding, along with just making group chats with your team and saying, can anyone give this person a ride? Let's all carpool. Just team by team things.
Yeah, no, I agree with Leia. I think that, our project is really about community a lot. And I think if we really try and foster that community even more within our districts, then, just by helping each other, having your friend's mom drive you and stuff, I think that could really help us.
Cool. Thank you. Anything else, Mike? Nope. All right, Nancy?
Like everyone else, I think it's a really good idea. So I think there's some different views, if it would be done each school, or each school would all do it, but then pull the money and then allocate it. I love the slide that you did on expected outcomes. My question on that is, in order to know if you've reached your expected outcome, how are you going to measure it, and do you have the starting base? You have to have, if you're gonna measure outcomes, you have to have the starting base. Like if, like you said, 30% can't take AP. If your expected outcome is to get that down to 25, you have to know you're starting at 30. So I think that's a really good learning exercise, because when you go out and get a job, this is the kind of stuff that you'll have to do. As well as, are you before the board? Do you need the board? Do you need seed money for this? And what would the structure be? Meaning, if it is school by school, it would almost seem like there would need to be some executive committee that's really who's put together the program, is making sure everybody's following the program, that there's no gaps in the program. I mean, what are your thoughts about how you're gonna manage it, or after you leave, because you're leaving? So once it's in place, how do you ensure that it keeps going on and on?
We were thinking like this Spirit Week goes to this club and this one goes to this club, and if we could make a way, because the clubs do communicate at least across high schools, because I'm not too sure about fundraising for lower than high school level, but if all the Interact clubs in high school district and all the high schools in the district communicated and then pooled together their money and then equally distributed it across all their schools, that would work. For maybe they do the Unified Spirit Week and then NHS does the AP fees, because a bunch of people in NHS take AP tests, and then all the NHSs in the high school come together and then distribute the money. So something like that. The support we would need would just be to the proctors, who, like the teacher in charge of NHS, the one that does Interact, the one that does Sources of Strength, all that. Just let them know that this is something that all the other clubs are doing, and we're inviting you to do it too.
Okay, so there's really no vote or anything needed from the board?
No, I think the way this has been done in the past is you have the opportunity to hear what students have in terms of ideas, give feedback. At some point, obviously give me feedback, and if, then we can see how do we take their idea and how do we put that in the system, right? How can we figure out a way to make what they're bringing to the table a part of our system? I will say, like, Jesse Tiarina met with this group a couple of different times to talk about all the different programs we have, Kenny Vento, and all the different programs we have to serve various students. So we would, be able to take this idea potentially back to our team, take it back to learning services, to the athletics department, to all these different groups, and say, okay, how do we pull this idea that they've come up with and actually put it into practice across all of our schools? And so that would be the next step. But giving them the opportunity as leaders to say, here's something we see as a gap in our system, and here's some ideas we have on how that can be fixed. And then if there seems to be a generalized support from the board to go forward with that, then we would move forward and take that on.
So which one of you is the leader next year?
We'll see. We'll see. I'm hoping they'll both agree to come back and be on the advisory council next year and continue to be part of the process.
All right. I have just a couple of questions. You answered part of my question. Dr. Heller also just addressed part of it. You talked about Wish Week at the beginning of your presentation. Is that connected with the Make-A-Wish Foundation?
Yes.
Is that what that is? Okay.
Usually student council does that.
Okay. And is that done at all of the high schools as far as you know?
Is it done at Loveland Classical? I don't think so. I'm not sure if it's done at Loveland Classical or Ferguson or like TCC, but it is at Ferguson? Okay. I do know that it does happen at least at Mount View. I'm pretty sure it does at Loveland, Thompson Valley, and Berthoud as well.
Okay, all right. My other question then is, has to do with no financial help for AP exams. I know back in the day, and I don't know what the source of funding was, but there used to be money available for students on free and reduced lunch who wanted to take AP exams but whose family couldn't afford it. I don't know if that's still available.
There is still some funding. I will say there's a interesting challenge that's come up, especially at the high school. Not every family who could qualify for those dollars applies to be considered free and reduced.
I'm sure.
And so you have a lot of families who would like that assistance, but they've never gone through that process, especially as we've gone to essentially healthy school meals for all.
Yeah.
The amount of people who are choosing to even apply for that has gone down.
Yeah.
One of the things we even heard from our kids was, do families even understand that filling out that application does more than just helping with meals? Does it can help with these other opportunities? And so there's an educational aspect for how do we help our families to see there's value in filling out that application, because it would allow us to provide some resources that you may not know that you could get.
Okay. And then finally, not a question but a comment, I'm looking forward to next year to see what an action step is that evolves from the work that you've done this year. Thank you very much. And I do have a question for you. Can you three hang around for a few minutes while the next group presents so that we can get a picture of the two groups together? Can you do that?
You guys okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Perfect. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so this is our next group, our freshman success group. I'll let you all introduce yourselves. Some of you are somewhat familiar. You've been at board meetings this year for other reasons, but I'll let each of you introduce yourself and then get started.
I'm Helena Spoon. I go to Mountain View. I'm a senior this year.
I'm David Worrell. I'm a freshman at Mountain View.
I'm Tessa Howell, and I am a senior at Thompson Valley.
I'm Caleb Walter, and I'm a junior at Loveland High School.
I'm Trevor Leidig, and I am also a senior at Thompson Valley.
All right, so firstly, to talk about what our presentation is, it's for freshman success, and primarily what we're focusing on is the freshman seminar aspect of it all. So throughout all of our high schools, there is a class, so just for a little bit of context, there is a class where it's a freshman seminar or some sort of freshman dedicated program to where it's supposed to allow for freshmen to come into this high school and basically like allow for them to transition into high school. But we found a very big problem within what they do in freshman seminar and the entire concept of freshman seminar. And that's what our presentation is going to be surrounding today. So firstly, to talk about why is this important, because obviously we don't want to present you guys something that wouldn't be important. So so students feel that post-secondary pathways are very unclear. Obviously, when you walk into high school, it's, you know, you have 4 years until you're basically having to choose what you want to do for the rest of your life in some aspects and nature and things like that. And a bunch of students have future goals without the knowledge on how to meet them. And freshman seminar, while it's more focusing on the current, how do we get you focused and transitioning into high school, it doesn't really focus on what do you want to do after high school. It doesn't focus on setting up for a plan, what do you want to do throughout high school, and getting those accesses and resources. So with accesses and resources within high school, that directly points to the second point, which is that freshmen are very unaware of opportunities to get involved. With club sports, focus programs, oh my goodness, excuse my stutter, can someone say that?
Concurrent enrollment.
Concurrent enrollment, thank you guys. Sorry, I just got done with golf practice being out in the sun. And other extracurriculars and having all of those club advocates. Personally speaking, from my own experience, I am the speech debate president at Thompson Valley High School. We had a 2-person club my freshman year, and by going around and simply talking about this is what the club is to those freshmen, we were able to increase our club from 2 people to 20. So what we're saying is that if we were to possibly redistribute what freshman seminar is or those freshman programs, we could allow for kids to actually kind of focus in on what do they want to do in high school, what is a path to do that, and what can we do after high school for that. And the transition to high school is already challenging enough, and it also is challenging if you don't have that good sense of community, not only to build it within high school, but also to let them know that we are here to help you and also reach those goals after high school. So that is entirely why this is important and why we wanted to focus on it today.
As for the specific curriculum within the freshman seminar, freshman success, whatever it would be called, class, we would like to put focus on a few aspects of high school life that can be very important and help you beyond high school, college, trade school, whatever you want to do. Mainly time management is a huge one. I know many people who just procrastinate and never get things done. We would also like to build build the community and school spirit in a way that engages freshmen as well as the sophomores, juniors, seniors. I know personally, walking into my first assembly this year, I was one of like the 3 people cheering. Once again, talking about the sort of just getting stuff out there about the available resources at school, about the fact that yes, we do have counselors, we have class troubles, yes, we do have these clubs that you're interested in, yes, we have these sports. Extracurricular opportunities, I know personally the robotics club currently has 2 people, while our technical theater has like 500. Our graduation requirements are also really hard to find. We basically have one Google Classroom with a bunch of messages in it with one assignment that has a document with links to our specific screenshots of spreadsheets. It's a very unclear way, and I find and it's very inconvenient to sort of find that information, and obviously post-secondary pathways as previously stated.
But before we move on, there was another topic I wanted to go a little bit more in depth on, is community building. Something I've seen at Mountain View that I would really like to share with the other high schools is we have specific freshman seminar classes. They all get to be their own team. They make flags. They participate in competitions together. Just today, we had something we call the Lion Regatta. They got to make these giant cardboard boats and race them in our own swimming pool. And I feel like that really builds a community within the school and within the freshmen, so they feel that they belong and they have something else more fun and engaging that they can do at school other than just their regular classes.
On the subject of those specific freshman seminar classes, we would like to engage in more cohort style class. We would have some sort of forum during 8th grade registration where they would talk about their interests, what type of people they like to be around, and we would try to sort of group people in that way to further assist in the building of the community, building of that team spirit as well as school spirit. The cohort style classes would be based on, hopefully on the forum, we would have interest in future careers, what sort of sports you're in, like sports and programs, all the extracurricular opportunities, and just sort of what level you're at with how like motivated and dedicated you are to school. Because I know personally there's half the class people just sitting in the back scrolling on their phones, and then the people like us who actually try to build a boat. And then, cohorts are based on similar goals, interests, and motivators.
And then one more thing to add on to that, another thing with possibly this cohort style and the forum that David was previously talking about is a lot of kids when they enter into high school, I know a couple people sitting at this table, I'm looking at one in particular, really freshman seminar doesn't have that much of an advantage, or it could possibly conflict with some other class. If they're wanting to take, for example, using his situation specific, I want to take AP Stats because I want to go on this path in this career. Having freshman seminar as a requirement and not having it be more of a conversation is something that could possibly hold students back of not, oh, this is an option. Oh, I can't go do that. So that's why we think that allowing that cohort style will allow for more students to take advantage of it.
And then kind of touching on what Tessa was just talking about, the thesis of why we'd have a freshman seminar is in order to engage students, build a community, and help with their academic record. But there are some students who don't necessarily need that. So what we really need is an opt-out eligibility criteria to say what qualifies as something that allows a student to not take this class, what would be in fact more important. So what we want to look at there is like pathway motivated class conflicts, like taking stats for Trevor, or like students who want to take both band and choir at Loveland High School, because I know our band program is something that attracts a lot of kids, and we've seen a little bit of a drop since freshman seminar got implemented there. So the way that we make sure that this is actually something that is a valid request to opt out is looking at past academic success, throughout middle school, and then also a recommendation letter or a signature from a middle school teacher or counselor. So we know that they have the academic standing to be successful without the freshman seminar program. And then we also have the reason for that pathway interest, and that would be a more successful way to make sure other programs aren't hit by the freshman seminar. And then of course, parent permission with that. The way we hold them accountable after the fact with that is through quarterly counselor check-ins with those opted out freshmen. And then those opt-outs would be transparent in the 8th grade registration sheet, so they know it's an option and they know exactly how they would get there.
All right. Denise, any questions or comments?
So I love the idea of all the information that a freshman needs being conveyed through a course. And at least with my kids, there were so many things we didn't know about when we needed to know about them. We learned about them later, where you can't start the program because you need a discharge pack in 9th grade, or and so I love that concept. But I think, how do you make sure that information then gets transmitted home so that it's actually people get signed up for things, or they that's I think like a parent freshman seminar might be something that would be beneficial as well, because even if the student gets the information, there's kind of a black hole oftentimes when you send it home.
And not everything that goes in the backpack gets to the parents, is what you're saying?
By high school?
Everything
No.
gets in the backpack.
Yeah. Right, you guys just cleaned it out of your lockers today. You just still have it.
I think that would definitely be something that we would look into. We were kind of more focusing on just the student aspect with the self-advocacy and the accountability within the students. But I think a parent aspect led by counselors and admin at each school would definitely be a nice addition to that program to make sure that the students have both the support in the building and out of the building.
Yeah, we can loop in parent contacts. We can make sure we use flyers, or like specifically we can have club advocates coming around to talk about the club, so it's more memorable for the students and they're more likely to know.
It's great.
Great question. I'm gonna launch that on that for the opt-outs. I had a visceral response to the opt-outs, and I totally thank you for giving the example, because it's a great one. The Loma High Band. I mean, that's a place where we often hear that students feel very included because they come into a community, which is one of the aspects we tried to address with freshman seminar. So it made sense that they would opt out then. What I'm really concerned about with your great ideas is that we want to make sure it gets passed along. So I love the idea that it gets passed along to home, and also in those quarterly check-ins, and even more maybe rigorous than that, I'd really like to make sure that we are getting it to everybody, because the assumption that just because you want to take a pathway, but you don't need to know about golf, like those two things aren't exclusive, right? And so I think if we can find a way to make some of this stuff digestible so that it's easy for students who maybe aren't there, and to make sure that they get the information, that would be super helpful as well. Because I think we do have a fair amount of kids who need to opt out, as well as pushing that information into classes like AVID, which is essentially trying to do the same thing over 4 years. But it doesn't include all this. It's not high school specific, it's study specific. It's a great class for some of these things, but definitely not all. The kids who take that are still essentially doing the same thing, but they need that infusion of these resources to make sure that we get it. So I'm wondering about, what other kind of tools can you put in a toolkit to make sure these goals are reached, that makes it so that we can make sure it gets passed along to these other audiences. Because this is great. Like, I want it in other people's hands. That's why I'm saying that. Sorry to add more work, but I think it's what we need.
I think it could open up, instead of a quarter, it could be a monthly, or every 2 weeks. It's a lunch meeting with the counseling staff, to kind of open up that period but still give that information. They could be included into a Google Classroom that has all that information as well, just similarly to the Google Classrooms that counselors run. so that those students who aren't there can still get that information. Maybe agendas and lessons plans and other sorts of things.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
If I could, I just would say, I know one of the conversations that I heard a lot as they were talking about this over the many months now that we've been talking about this, hearing from like the Mountain View perspective, every high school is going to have to figure out exactly the structure they want to use for how they offer this course. By that I mean, at Mountain View, for example, they made a decision a few years ago when they started this program to specifically put all of their freshman success classes at the exact same time. So they're all at the exact same class period. They pair that class period that's also in their leadership, so upperclassmen leadership classes at that exact same time. So they have upperclassmen pushing into freshman seminar classrooms. So you have this adult or this older student kind of mentorship happening. What that also created was not putting any of the classes that might create these conflicts at that time. So that reduced how many kids felt the need to opt out because there weren't the conflicts, as many of these conflicts sitting on the schedule. Now each school is going to have some level of site-based decision making to say how do we want to structure it at our school, but there are different ways it can be kind of managed in that regard. And I also heard a lot from our kids to say, though we need to have some opt-out opportunities, no matter what class you or what who you are, learning what it means to be a mountain lion, what it means to be a red wolf, what it means to be, there's a value to that for any student, and there's a huge piece of that community building that we want to make sure we continue to have, even for the kids who do end up having to opt out of the course.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, just to add a little bit more of like reassurance to that, because I totally get your point. What I think I've personally found through a bunch of teachers, whether that be avid teachers, extracurricular teachers, even those teachers who are trying to get them to sign up for AP research or classes like that, is definitely what he was saying of that higher student or upperclassmen getting into that. I think that those individuals who possibly did experience an opt-out program or something of that nature, or have experienced benefits of doing it, could possibly relay that to the freshmen as well. Because obviously, I think as board members, you do know that sometimes it is hard as an adult to kind of communicate that to a student or a child, but I do believe that with this opt-out program, we would also allow for there to be that extra reassurance from upperclassmen as well.
All right, Mike?
First off, Rock Chalk.
Jayhawk.
Thank
you.
I appreciate it.
Don't let him fool you. He's a Michigan guy. So.
Oh, could you?
my oldest is a kid.
Oh, I'm going there in the fall. So I got there on a full ride, so.
Oh, congratulations! That's awesome. So I appreciate everything you've done, and it's very enlightening to me as a board member. And I think what I appreciate is watching you kind of contemplate kind of broader policy issues and understanding how to weigh the benefits to the whole against the challenges that occur to a few. And I think I hope you appreciate that as a learning exercise and understand. I mean, I think when it's kind of what we have to do as a board all the time, and when we look at these broad policies and how they can best serve the students and the community, against some of the issues that it creates that we have a hard time anticipating, like having students that are higher achieving, that have a lot of extracurriculars. So I really do appreciate that, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness that you put forward with that in how you thought that through. I do. One of the things I think, with appreciation of the school spirit and the club and that part of it, the one part, and maybe you could just kind of talk to me a little bit more, and because I think one of the most important things is just learning basic high school skills like note taking, and that you talked a little bit about time management and about expectations or academic expectations, and you're not in middle school, and so I think kind of how much can you just talk to that a little bit? I think that's really my only kind of question or comment.
Sure. So 75% of students surveyed across all the schools we took that survey said that they wanted more of that academic preparation for like high school and college. So when we're looking at like that majority of students, the way that we want to format the class is through a lot of that structure of teaching. all those study habits. But if we're going to be honest, when you look at a class like a freshman seminar, you're not going to see every single student there listening to that. So what we want to do is have those active engagement programs to build up the community, but also build up the engagement in the class. So maybe we start out more with that and then ease them into here's all your academic preparation and how you study properly, how you take notes properly, and then we can kind of couple those to keep them engaged in both the class and the community.
I'm curious if Tessa might want to add anything in, because as part of the conversation, especially early on, she's looking at me like, what are you asking me to talk about? Early on, as they started talking about this, one of the things that came out was, right, Mountain View talking about the current freshman seminar at Mountain View, Tessa kind of talking about the AVID program. And the AVID program is available at Thompson Valley High, but those skills that you learn in AVID should be applicable to any high school student, right? And so there was a discussion of how do you embed some of that AVID, which is things like note-taking skills, organizational skills, time management. How do you embed some of those key principles in the freshman seminar course across? So, Tessa.
So just to add on to that, thank you for that. So I know one of the board members here, I believe your daughter's in AVID, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, so AVID is a program that I have been a part of for 4 years. And one of the biggest things that I have realized through AVID is it really helped me. I've always known that I wanted to go to college. Like, I've always known that. And AVID kind of has that conversation with you every week, even. Like, it's saying, you know, trying to update you, trying to get those kinds of lessons learned. And from my own personal experience with those AVID indicators and the aspects of AVID, is it truly did help me within my college process. I mean, I always wanted to go to New York University, and I got kind of this expertise and, like, you know, this guidance of, like, here's possibly scholarships you can apply for, because New York is not cheap, but here's scholarships you can apply for, here's maybe something that you want to do, here's how you fill out the Common App, here's how you do things like that. Because even as a senior who had to apply through the Common App, without AVID, I truly think I would be completely lost on how to fill out the Common App or the steps that needed to be taken. And also, they looked at so many different perspectives. I know a lot of people, you know, they summarize after high school as a college career pathway. There are so many other pathways. There are, you know, trade school. There are people who want to be realtors and, like, all of these different aspects. But AVID looks at all of that and says, okay, yeah, we're wanting to help you now because we have tutors come in and help you with your current high school grades and stuff like that. And we also want to help you with your community building. We'll go on field trips, we go do these activities, all of that. But also we want to focus on what do you want to do after high school? Because your life doesn't end in 4 years, it continues. And I think with this opt-out program and also that extra reassurance is what Caleb was talking about, it kind of, we're encompassing some of those aspects into all different parts. And that truly, I think, benefits majority of our students. Because even today, you know, today's our last day of high school, and I was asking a bunch of people, what are you doing after high school? And I got a bunch of I don't knows because I didn't know anything about what to do after high school. So I think this program would really help those individuals possibly find a way.
All right. Nancy.
Just so I understand, this program is now starting next year. Will be at all the schools.
Well, pending board approval, right? We have IKF board policy, so I would say that, yeah, one of the things that happened is as this conversation started to really take off, we then kind of started having conversations with our high school principals within this EC12 teacher group to say, what would this look like? And there came a lot of momentum behind it about this idea of being really a popular idea. And so that group is kind of alongside while these group kids have been working on this project, they've been saying, okay, what would that look like in graduation policy to make that a graduation requirement? And so, yes, assuming all that were to pass, then this would become a graduation requirement for the upcoming 9th grade students.
And I do like the opt-out. I think that's a good option to have. I'll repeat there, but because to your point, there are some kids who, like, I have 3 daughters. They're all very different.
Yeah.
So 2 would definitely benefit from this. The 3rd would definitely, like, just do the opt-out. But that's because they're all so different. And I think that's how students are in general. So I think that's a good plan. My only thing is the opt-out is done in 8th grade. I do think that's good, but I think we might want to have, like, some kind of beginning of school year quick check-in to make sure things didn't
change.
Yeah, when you guys may not realize this, but when you start getting to it, you kids change, like, it's amazing. So I would probably want to add some kind of fall check-in, or just to make sure that the opt-out is still gonna work for them.
We did discuss the quarterly or monthly or bi-weekly check-ins, so they would probably end up having one at the beginning of the year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Alexandra.
Who did, I don't know if you guys talked about this at all, but if you did, or if you could think about it, who would you envision as being like the ideal teachers of this course?
I honestly could probably talk about my own Avid teacher, and I could also probably talk of, I think that the ideal teacher for that is those, like, speaking from my Avid teacher, she's a little kooky, I can say that, I can very well say that, she's a little kooky, but the biggest thing with her is she herself has a daughter who has had a lot of struggles. Like, I've had very personal conversations with that teacher about some of her own experiences, and she talks and has, you know, hey, in my experience and my visions for these students, like, I really care about the afterthought. Like, I think I've met teachers who are in the current, hey, we want to focus on high school right now, but her, it's very different. She, ever since I was a freshman and, like, I told her, like, I know I want to go to college and that's all, I want to go there, she very well was like, okay, well, what can we do to get those steps there? So I feel like the ideal teacher is someone, obviously all teachers care for students. You wouldn't obviously be in this room if you didn't. But I feel like all teachers, I think the ideal teacher is just someone who is also, hey, I know kind of how that is. I mean, everyone here, I think, can even speak from their own personal experience, whether they have a child or whether they have a niece or nephew. Just someone who is also focused on that post-high school, and also someone who is more dedicated to having those not curriculum-based conversations. Like, I truly think that there are teachers, and it's very noticeable, teachers who want to have curriculum-based conversations and focus on the current present, and then there are teachers who are saying, what are you wanting to do after high school, and having those, you know, not textbook-based conversations.
Building off of that, there is a certain level of Mountain View of lack of, like, I don't want to say lack of motivation for freshman seminar, but it's almost that. I don't know how to specifically describe it, but I feel as though freshman seminar is something, if you do it, you have to really want to do it in order to do it well. Otherwise, you are just going through the motions, going through the textbook. Building off that, yeah, you need someone who's motivated to get to know the students well, more than you might usually, specifically to know where they want to go.
I'm a strong proponent of the best way to get a student to learn is to engage them. So just the teachers that would engage them with their future and with the program.
Yep. All right. I'll wrap up with a question that you may find it difficult to answer, with the understanding that each school might approach this in a different way. And I know some of you are seniors and you won't be in your high school next year. But if we were to have a conversation a year from now, what would you hope would be the situation either in just your own high school or in all of the district high schools that are participating in this after this program, let's say it gets approved, what will it look like? What will have happened during the first year? Does the question make sense, and is it possible for you to answer it?
Personally, at my high school, and hopefully among the other ones, I would like to see a lot more engagement with freshman seminar so that they can truly get the benefit out of that. I think you mentioned that there's a lot of freshmen that just don't really care about what's happening, and I would hope that with what we're trying to plan, that could help them.
You're talking about student engagement, not staff engagement. Okay, all right.
Personally, in the next year, maybe even the next 2 years when I can become a leader to help with freshman seminar, I would very much like to see, because I feel as though for this mix up, this renovation of the concept, there is a very clear message and idea behind it. I would at the very least want to see that idea maintained, even if and honestly when some of the details are changed for practical reasons.
Something that I personally would envision and will hope pertaining to your question in the next year is I would honestly like, and Caleb, I mean, he brought up a survey that they did where 75% wanted more, was it engagement?
They wanted to understand their academic opportunities.
Understand academic opportunities. I'd personally like and hope to see that number lessen even by 10%. And honestly, just have students in their freshman year be more structured and more secure and more like, you know, able to understand like, yes, I'm going to take on the next 3 years of high school with this structure because I had this opportunity to opt out and figure out these plans. And that 75% can just continue to go down each year to where we see students feel more secure in their situations and what they want to do. Because, you know, I think everyone, you know, you want to have fun in high school, but also I feel like they would also allow for people to have fun, but also realize, you know, this is something I want to do and just feel more secure and have those opinions.
So like Tessa was saying, we want to ground it in data. Like one of the things we're trying to fix, right, is the amount of Fs that we see among freshmen. I know that's been a conversation within the district administration. We also want to see that number, like Tessa said, on the form go down to people who actually know their academic opportunities. And one of the things that we want to do is freshman seminar, the whole theory of it is segueing into the next 3 years of high school and beyond. So we want them to have the awareness of the opportunities they have beyond that. So we want to make sure that our programs are thriving as a result of this, which also means mitigating any harm it could have without an opt-out program, which is why we need it.
All right, Trevor.
I think an overall attendance rating in high school, the support and the sense of belonging in a high school. Of course, you have class attendance, but also attendance to events outside of school, to sports games, to assemblies. I think seeing a larger presence of students who are actually participating in their building would be a good sign that this is working. I think attendance along with other data such as, you know, fail rates and the class attendance and just talking with teachers to see how they feel that students are engaging in their classes, because the goal for this is that even outside of the freshman success seminar class is that students across the board in all their classes will be engaging more with other students, with their teachers, with the course content, and having a more successful 4 years in high school.
All right, thank you. Before we ask the other group to join us, thanks to the 5 of you for arriving here tonight, having thought through questions that you didn't know we were going to ask, being very well prepared, and that's true of the 3 of you as well. Thank you very much for sharing your well thought out answers with us. So let's have the students come forward.
Nice job, guys.
Find a new job.
I have to find a new job. Your career is you're gonna be a
I would not doubt that's true.
All right, everybody kind of slide down and smash in a little bit.
We don't bite down here.
All right.
We get these two, or do we have?
Yep, keep going. We just got to get everybody in here. Just make sure you don't see me. Okay. Are you ready? Okay. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Just taking several. And we're done. Good.
He's been media trained.
Thanks,
Well, I'll see you graduate.
Proud of you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll see you. See graduation.
Just Tessa. Tessa, if you have.
Be there. Yes, I love that.
And again next week. Good. Which is why I think it's very, very good.
Yeah, and he's in the business for
Political science was a pre track, but I got him to lead it on.
Oh, so are you?
Yeah, so I'm dorming in hopefully Oswald because they just revamped it. Oh, sure. So I like really hope I got all.
Okay.
Right. Not Mizzou. Anyways, thank you so much for everything.
Oh, there's right.
Thank you all.
Bye, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Ellers.
You're welcome. We'll see you.
All right.
Did it something I said?
You mean that everybody left?
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk later. All right, let's move to agenda item number 5, which is the discussion items for our upcoming board meeting, which is next Wednesday. We're going to begin with 5.1, which is the first read policy of IKF graduation requirements. And I'll turn it over to Sarah. You're probably going to introduce the
I
show,
sure am.
huh?
Yes, yes. Good evening, Sarah Rasmussen, Assistant Superintendent of Learning Services. Good evening, Mr. President, Dr. Heller, members of the board. I will have my team introduce themselves.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Heller. Tiffany Jones, Director of Curriculum and Learning Design.
Good evening, board and Dr. Heller. I'm Andy Stevens, Director of Career and College Readiness.
So the actually items 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3 kind of go together. So I will just name that as we're jumping into the first item, which is the revision of policy IKF, our graduation requirements. You have obviously heard some information from our high school students regarding one of the items within this policy that we are bringing forward. I believe what is really important to know is that this has been a collaborative conversation. So we've had lots of voices in the room. You all have had an opportunity to kind of hear some thoughts. Our team took your thinking back to the table and started working with that to create some of these revisions. We have a teacher leader group, our EC12s, that we have also been working with and ensuring that we're getting their input as well. And our learning services leadership team, our building level leaders, and really just trying to make sure we have a well-rounded kind of source of input and feedback before bringing this draft to you. So at this point, I will go ahead and turn it over to these two.
Yes, so good evening. As Sarah pointed out, this has kind of been a multiple year journey. Many of you were with us last fall at Centennial Elementary when we did our first kind of board session and really started in earnest around what updates we would want to make to policy IKF and the graduation requirements in the district. From there, Tiffany and I embarked on lots of listening sessions with various student groups. So we went to each of the high schools and we met with their local student advisory committees. We've also met multiple times with the district high school student committee. Sarah mentioned our EC12 group, which is a group of both certified and administrative staff who are really thought partners and leaders in our district around lots of different topics. And then as you'll recall, right after spring break, we embarked on those 2+2 sessions and met with board members there and gathered more feedback. And then all of that information and data has now been synthesized and is presented to you in these updated proposed graduation requirements, excuse me. So I thought I would kind of start tonight by just high level summarizing some of the major changes. And then obviously as it relates to IKF, Sarah mentioned we have two other kind of supporting policies that are related that we'll also talk about, but IKF is really the meat and potatoes of what a student will need to do to earn their diploma from the Thompson School District. So a couple of the major changes as it relates to this revision. You will see that we have sunset all other diploma types other than a 26 credit diploma. So the 26 credit diploma will now be the only diploma that students can earn. And you can see on this first page how those credits will be broken down. a couple of key highlights as it relates to these credits. We reduced world language from 2.0 to 1.0. We did not eliminate the world language requirement because we recognize for many students, world language is still a part of their desired outcome for graduation. That being said, we reassigned that 1.0 credit to the career pathway elective. So that used to be a 7 credit requirement. It is now 8. And we added a new bucket called post-secondary readiness. And so that bucket will be a 2.0 credit bucket where credits will be assigned based on those various post-secondary workforce readiness initiatives that the district is undertaking. So those are the big kind of changes. The other thing that I want to call out quickly is we also increased the bare minimum number of credits that a student must achieve before a waiver can be provided to essentially waive credit or graduation requirement. And that limit is now 23 credits. Used to be 17, it is now 23. And so I just wanted to highlight that as well. You'll see that in the opening paragraph of this document here that Laura Lee is projecting. How am I doing so far? Questions, comments, concerns? Okay. I'm not going to go section by section through the rest of this. There are a couple of other things to call out that we, again, we sunset. A lot of this was also language cleanup. So there was a lot of language in IKF around graduating classes that were 2, 3, 4 years removed from being in our system. And it was just time to clean up all of that verbiage. So we went through and combed out all of that. Class of 2025 had to have this number of community service hours. Class of 2024 had to have this number. Obviously, all of that is now irrelevant because those kids are no longer in our system. So we cleaned up all of that language throughout all of these different sections, just to make sure that moving forward, we don't have that specific language anymore. It is just the general policy for all classes. To that end, I also want to point out that this policy is being proposed to take effect for the class of 2030, which is the current 8th graders or rising 9th graders, if you will. So that's just something to note that, we had gone back and forth about which class is this going to start with, and we feel that it's important for this to start with next year's freshmen. So that's the class of 2030, which is hard to believe we're already talking about 2030. Other things in here, just really quickly, the state of Colorado, many of you have heard me talk as the director of career and college readiness about ICAP. ICAP is now a much meatier requirement in the state of Colorado than it's been in the past. So we made sure that the language in this policy reflects the expectations and the accountability rules around ICAP. This is now an auditable piece of our district's overall accountability audit. And so it's really important that the language in our graduation policy matches those accountability audits and kind of what that language looks like. So we made sure that that language is there. Obviously, we want to make sure that this policy is encompassing for all students. So you can see that we maintained the various sections for students with disabilities, our multilingual learners, students with disabilities, as it relates to waiver of credits, and obviously making sure we're in compliance with things like FAPE and other federal and state statutes that we are held accountable to. Again, I'm just kind of rifling through all of this. You can see towards the end the various legal and cross references of various board policies, which is important to note because the next item on our agenda tonight is the sunsetting of one of these referenced policies, because it was a specific exhibit related to a class that is no longer in our system. So I don't know if we want to transition to that now, or should we pause?
Do you have any questions on the policy,
We
the
can
revised policy? Any questions on that part first?
Let's see. Dawn, hold on left. Mike, any questions on the policy?
No, I don't have any. I mean, we've been over it. The only comment I have, and I'll be brief. The community service one is that it just I'm fine with it in the it's 5 hours a year for 4 years. It's not, but I just would like to see it be a little more robust or a higher expectation. I mean, from an not from a policy perspective, but just from an implementation that have a little higher threshold for kids and what the expectation is. Because I think regardless, I think it's important to be part of our community in a meaningful way. So that's my only.
And we've had that conversation, obviously we had during 2+2s, and feel free to add to it. I know one of the conversations we're having right now is maybe before we increase the hours, we have some work to do to ensure that the 20 hours are being done in the really truly community service focused way. I think there's a lot of variability right now in our system in terms of what community service hours look like, high school to high school, kid to kid. And so we're gonna have to do some work to kind of create a better system to ensure what do we mean by community service, what qualifies as community service, and how do we track that correctly? Some schools have got it nailed, some still have some work to do. I think once we can get the system tight, then we can talk about, is there a capacity to maybe increase that requirement?
We'd also like to add that to freshman seminar, so we clearly define what is community service instead of waiting till their senior year. So that's
Right.
one of the components they're really starting to build out. How do we start that 9th grade instead of end of year, May, senior?
Yes.
rush to the
There
end.
are,
Getting
there are
those forms
seniors
into
right now
that.
trying to get their community service done.
But again, we do need to tighten that up, and it's part of our goal as 9th grade to really get them involved with what that could look like.
Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Yep.
I just have a couple, and maybe it's here, I just don't see it. Where is the new financial literacy? Is it part of the CTE, the applied? Is that?
So what we are working towards ultimately, and I think it's also worth noting that this is our first pass at a revision. We anticipate that future revisions will be made as we continue to build out some of those requirements. Our, I guess, best hopes would be that it would probably live in that post-secondary readiness bucket. But we haven't officially developed that class yet. So we want to get the class developed first.
So you don't want to.
I was gonna say, CIC hasn't, you guys haven't approved that PFL course. We stated in section 2 on page 2 where we talk about PFL, but actually it's not an official course yet. That will come in course proposals when we come before you all in the fall for CIC.
Okay.
So we
Freshman
don't.
seminar would fall into that post-secondary readiness,
Yes.
PFL would fall into that
Yes.
post-secondary readiness, and then some type of maybe senior capstone.
And then to me, this new requirement, it seems like it's simpler for the parents, it's simpler for the students. It's like, you need 26 credits. Like, and I think it also sends a strong statement about your diploma means something. And so I really like the move to the 26 credit, because it really does mean something in it. Whether they're gonna go to trade school, the military, or college. Once you have it, you can, I mean, I know that right now they think, they don't understand that, you can leave high school, have your diploma, and 5 years from now, decide to go to college. I mean, everything isn't gonna happen this summer.
Right.
But, so I think it's a good move.
Alexander?
I have a lot of questions. So one is, first of all, just in the first paragraph, it says at the end, it says at a minimum, students must earn at least 23 credits for a Thompson School District diploma, which is true if they get the waiver. But I think it's very confusing to have that in the first paragraph and then talk about that everybody needs 26 credits. And so I think that needs to be changed, that it says you are required to have 23 credits with exceptions or something like that. Because when I was reading through this, I was like, am I missing something? Like this made no sense to me. And then finally at the very, very, very end of the policy, it talks about that waiver for the 23 credits. So that's a suggestion I would have there. Another question or potential concern I have is with these career pathway elective classes. I know we hear from a lot of kids about that they can't get into, you know, these classes, and especially I guess at like the TCC can't get into those. And so I'd like some more information about like what these classes are and reassurance that they will be offered at the kids' high school so they don't have to travel for them, and that there will be adequate space and staffing and et cetera for everybody to get these 8 CTE credits, because that's a large, I mean, that's the biggest credit there is.
So I will tell you, as the director who oversees all of our CTE programming, I don't love that title, because the reality is there's a lot of electives that are not in any way, shape, or form related to CTE that can satisfy that bucket. So to your point, maybe we need to also think about clarifying that, or, you know, and we'll talk as a team about kind of what that may look like. But these elective credits are not CTE credits.
Okay.
They're
CTE could count for that.
Could count,
but it doesn't have to.
But it doesn't have to be CTE credit.
Okay.
Currently, the requirement's 7 for our current students.
Right.
We're moving it to 8. Has that? I'm curious, because we know that for a variety of reasons, largely staffing, world language has created some barriers for folks to graduate because we can't find the staff, we can't get enough world language teachers. So now we're having a hard time getting kids through 2 credits of world language sometimes. Have we seen the 7 credits be a barrier for students to graduate currently?
Our seat count is pretty low actually in a lot of those courses right now, so that shouldn't be a barrier if I'm taking that as a course.
Okay. So yeah, so I think some clarity as far as what those courses are would be helpful as well. And then my final question is, if this is to take effect with the kids graduating in 2030 and we're sunsetting our other policy, that leaves 3 years of kids with essentially no policy about their graduation requirements. So how do we address that?
We talked about putting that chart back in here and really clearly defining for the classes of now through 29, they would be on the other chart. We just didn't include it on this one, and that we definitely can add back into IKF. So we would have both charts, but make it very clear this is for the students in, what year are we in?
27, yeah.
Through 2029, and then starting in 2030, this would be the new one.
Yeah.
We just want to clearly communicate to those rising 9th graders right now that they potentially are on a different piece, which we would do a district communication from Mike Hausman. We want to be clear about that.
No, which is great. Like, I think this is great. I love the like the
We need
changes,
to add
but I
that
think
back
you can't just
No,
they
that's
need
fair.
something too.
Absolutely.
Can I ask just a follow-up to that line real quick? So what is, I mean, if I'm a freshman, like how, and I just finished my freshman year, like it's not as if, like, I know we're kind of grandfathered with policy, but it like how hard would it be for somebody who finished a freshman or even their sophomore year to say they still meet the requirement? I mean, because we're actually lowering in some, or to some number of credits, but like, because I understand like the confusion and having to maintain 2 different policies for 3 years, but I'm just curious, like how big of a lift would that be to start, to kind of advance that based on the what students have already taken, or I mean, does it throw all of those cohort groups into like a tizzy? Because
Yeah, it would be. It is not. I would say it's not best practice to change graduation requirements midstream after students have already started. For a lot of reasons, even just within our system, for our counselors to track whether kids have met the graduation requirements, that is set up tied to our current graduation requirements. And so for some kids to be on this requirement, and as long as it's cohorted, it's easy for the counselors to say, okay, our freshmen have this screen I need to look at. My sophomores have this screen. But I just, from a best practice perspective, it's always best to not pull the rug out from under kids and change their graduation requirements midstream. You know, much like I would say, like we don't, middle of the school year, I wouldn't want to change teachers' evaluation rubric right in the midstream. They need to know what they're trying to accomplish. And so that's just, I would say, typical best practice in my experience has been when you make a change, it's applied to the maybe next rising freshman group and not to the remaining kids that are currently in the high school. So,
All right. Denise, and before you ask your question or make your comment, I'm sure you got the gist of Mike's concern, and you'll think about that, talk about it, and address it. Okay, thank you. Denise?
So kind of building on Mike's question about community service, and which isn't totally on topic with this, but I have concerns about community service because our kids are working hard, and I totally believe in community service, but I also think we need to find opportunities for them to do it within school. And so maybe a freshman seminar is a way we can fit that in, because not every kid has time to, because they're working, because they're taking care of siblings. There's other things going on. They're doing service somewhere else, but it doesn't fit our criteria. So
office helpers and lunch
There
helpers
you
and
go.
greeters.
Exactly. So if there are
Somebody to
ways
hold the door
that we-
open.
Yeah,
there we
yeah.
go.
Promote it as, like the freshman class in their freshman seminar does some sort of community service as part of that class, and we could check that box for them.
I respectfully though, I understand, but it's 5 hours a year,
I understand.
and it's like, it's
But
one
it's finding a place.
Saturday
It's getting the kid there.
So,
There's other
I'm
pieces
going to interrupt
to
this
it.
conversation. Denise, why don't
It's
you go
off
ahead?
topic.
No.
Sorry.
Why don't you,
I apologize.
why don't you finish your comment? Then, Mike, if you'd like to comment on that, then go
Extent
ahead.
of my comment is just, we do need to think of, not every kid fits this, it's easy to do everything model. So for
and
those
I
that
will say
don't-
that, to your point, there's also been kids who have run up against truly like struggling to find places that have capacity to take every kid.
Yes.
And some of the same places get hit. So I think part of our system of like, what are all these opportunities? I think sometimes we don't even realize that maybe we have too narrow of a vision of what would look like community service in some aspects, and then sometimes we're too broad with our definition. So I think providing really clear, like, here's opportunities and putting those in front of kids so that they know these exist, because it is a challenge, especially for our kids who work full-time jobs, when we have many of them, or who are involved in lots of different extracurricular, co-curricular types of activities. They sometimes can run into a challenge. 5 hours feels doable if we can also figure out pathways to make that work for them.
And for some kids too, transportation is tough.
Yes, as we just heard from an earlier group.
Yes. Mike, you want to say anything else?
No, I
relative to
apologize
Denise's
for
comment?
interrupting Denise. So
Okay. I received an email, I think probably the whole board received an email saying that there had been a change in agenda item 5.1. I tried several times today, I could not get into the red line version, so I don't know what the change was. I had already thoroughly read 5.1. Can you tell me what the nature of that change was or is?
Yes, it was in reference to this table that you see on the screen. There was some initial verbiage around the post-secondary readiness bucket that had been removed on the red line, but remained on the clean copy. And so I had just submitted an updated clean copy that matched the red line.
Okay.
So it was just somewhere along the lines, we had too many versions of documents.
All right.
And the red line was correct, the clean copy did not match
Right.
the red line, so technically it wasn't clean. And so that was the update that I made.
So there wasn't a significant
Nope.
change? You
Nope.
just cleaned something?
That's correct.
And if anyone else had issues accessing that, we did print off copies, just so you have it. So if you need one, let us know.
We made sure the font was as small as possible for you, because we know you guys love it.
Yeah.
I've got my.
Thank you.
Let's do the other point was the science. We wanted to make sure it was really confusing for families when they were doing course registration. I'm sure some of you experienced where it said science with a lab, but our courses don't specifically state with a lab, and so it really created a lot of question from our families to our counselors, and so we removed that because we actually don't have a high school science that is not a lab requirement. And so we removed that language so it's not confusing.
All right.
That was the other piece that was on there.
So board, I believe we're ready to move to agenda item 5.2, which is the retirement of exhibit IKF-E. Want to comment on that before I ask for questions?
As I mentioned, this is simply just the sunsetting of an exhibit that is no longer applicable because the students have left our system.
All right. I'll do a quick go around with questions, see if there are any. Mike, anything related to that? Nancy, Alexandra?
So they'll no longer be an exhibit because this table is now incorporated in the policy itself?
Correct.
Okay.
All right. Denise?
Nothing.
And I don't have anything either, so great. All right. Let's move to 5.3, which is the first read of policy JHCA, open/closed campus. So I'll turn it over to whoever is going to talk about that.
Yes, so these go hand in hand because as we are, we actually have several reasons why we would be proposing a change to this particular policy. Safety is a big component of this, and really thinking about building that community as well within our high schools and supporting our students through high school and with their academic careers. They're jumping into this new world. Part of all of that is keeping our kids on campus. So that's a component of this, as well as I mentioned, these go hand in hand. So as we are increasing, or hoping to increase our graduation requirements, we also need to make sure that we are doing things that also support our students in having the best academic experiences, and that is really thinking about the types of opportunities we are offering them and the types of opportunities we're not offering them. So we really would like to have you strongly consider our closed campuses for our 9th and 10th graders, and so that is the heart of this particular policy.
All right. Do the three of you have anything else you want to say before I open it for board questions? All right. Nancy, we'll begin with you.
I like the idea of closed campus. I wish it would have been around when my kids were at high school. But what I do, so I get wanting to let the high schools kind of set their own based on their own need. But then at the same time, then this doesn't feel like a district policy because it's a policy that says every high school can do what they want. So it doesn't feel like a very district-wide policy. I think it's easier to go to a closed campus if the students know they're all closed. You know, you don't get to go switch to Mountain View because that school's really cool because they have an open campus. And so that's my one. I like the policy, but I'm not certain about at the high school level, the principal can say, well, at our school, we're gonna be open. That's my concern.
So I will say that language is currently in policy, that as far as lunch goes, there is the opportunity that can be determined by building administration. And part of, I believe, I'm gonna guess why that was created that way is each school has differing levels of capacity in their cafeteria space for seating all of their students at once. And so they have created some opportunities. So we were at Mountain View today. There are days where freshmen are not allowed to go anywhere off campus because they have a freshman only lunch and they keep them on campus. And there's other days where that's just not feasible. And so that's, I think, a big part of why that language existed before, and we chose not to make a change to the lunch component of closed campuses, because we do have some cafeterias. You know, you saw Mountain View's is a fairly small cafeteria. There's some outdoor eating space if weather permits, but it can get real crowded in there really fast on a cold, wet day if we required every student to stay in. Our biggest focus for the change was looking at the open block opportunities for freshmen and sophomores. For freshmen and sophomores to be able to have an open block period on their schedule and to be able to leave campus during that open block period. And I would say safety and security is one of the biggest reasons why I brought it to the table early on. Is there is a huge supervision challenge when we allow all of our freshmen and sophomores to potentially have a period where it's kind of a free-for-all in terms of where they're expected to be, and we don't have the manpower to supervise our campuses in that capacity. And then some leave. What they do when they're gone is up to them, and what they do when they come back is kind of up to them. And so the biggest focus for this change is around the open campus and the open blocks for freshmen and sophomores, and even just philosophically a belief that freshmen and sophomores should be in a full schedule, and you earn the privilege as you get to junior and senior year to have an open block on your schedule through meeting graduation requirements and getting on track for graduation.
So for the lunch, is it for all grades? A building principal would say all grades, it's open campus for lunch, or no?
They have the ability to kind of make that decision based on capacity, based on their schedule. Again, most schools have one lunch. Mountain View is the one school that runs a couple days a week a freshman only lunch and then a sophomore through senior lunch. And so they set different rules depending on the day of the week. And so there is some ability for site-based decisions on that component. And that's been in policy for quite some time.
Okay.
All right, Alexandra.
Okay, so I have a couple questions on this one too. So as far as the scheduling and open block eligibility, generally I'm fine with the 9th and 10th graders not having open blocks. But I have a couple of questions about that part. One of which that I alluded to last time, but I don't feel like I've really got an answer for, is the kids who have a 9th period. Are they also then required to take 9 credits rather than 8? Or is there, is there an exception for those kids to get an open block, and how would that work?
We've been working with our high school principals on scheduling them off block first. So that way when they hit campus, they would be there the extended time. So they would have like a 2 through 9 schedule. That's not always going to be 100% possible.
Okay.
But most of our master schedulers right now are really, Loveland High Band is one of our biggest kind of pieces. That is our heaviest 9th block group right now. And so I know working with Carrie Cox, their master scheduler, she's the assistant principal, she's been really making sure that those kids would have a first block off, so when they hit campus, we continue to keep them all day through that 9th block.
Okay, so then I think, shouldn't there be in the policy that there's an exception for kids who have a 9th block? I didn't see that in there, maybe I missed it, but.
It's not specifically articulated as far as a 9th period.
Right.
There is this idea in there that the individual exceptions can be granted
Correct.
by the building principal.
Yes, that's where
and
we
that's at
would
the very
see
top
that.
of the policy under exceptions, and it applies to anything in that policy. But there's always going to be gray areas and exceptions within
Okay.
things where a student may need,
Okay.
we may need to make an exception because of a specific
Okay.
situation.
But that would cover that.
Yes.
That
That's what we would
individual. Okay,
consider that.
then that's fine. And then my second question is related to if the 9th and 10th graders are required to have their full 8 credits, are they gonna be in like actual classes, or can they sign up for 8 study halls? I mean, I know they couldn't do 8, but I think I do not like the idea of just filling the blocks with study halls. I
Right.
think that's a waste of everybody's time.
Yep.
So I'm curious about that.
Yeah, I don't think that's, I don't believe that's anybody's expectation that that's what would happen, but I think it's a fair point, like for us to communicate to our building administrators that there will be kids who will say a study hall is what's best, and their family feels like they need a study hall on their schedule. That's a different thing than having 3 study halls on their schedule, right? That we want students to be in academic courses, whether academic career pathway, their interests, fine arts, music, whatever. We want them to be in a full credit bearing schedule and not filled with study halls for sure. Yes.
Okay, so that's something I think needs to definitely be communicated to the buildings and counselors and whatever. And then my third concern is for the open block eligibility, the kids in 11th and 12th grades are eligible if they have good academic standing, which I'm happy with that. The on track for graduation, I'm happy with that.
The attendance part, I am not happy with that, because sort of the whole conversation we've had about attendance as a whole, and saying that students who are considered habitually truant or chronically absent or have excessive tardies will not be eligible for open blocks. I think that fluctuates and ebbs and flows, and you know, my kid was chronically absent at the beginning of the year, now he's not, so then does he get one? He wasn't at the beginning, now he is, does he get one taken away? And I think that if we're trying to address absentee, I mean, like logistically, that's the complication. The other thing, I think if we're trying to address absenteeism, forcing kids to be in school and taking away, you know, their freedom, I think is counterproductive. So I don't know what the rest of the board would think, but I would advocate that that part be taken out of there, because I think it creates a lot of issues and would be very difficult to manage. So those are my thoughts.
All right, Denise?
I do agree with you on what you were saying as with regard to attendance, because it's tricky. I mean, a lot of our most serious students are gone because they're at activities, and so yeah, I would want that pulled off as well. No comment, no question, just the comment.
All right, Mike?
I just have a quick question. What's the motivate? I mean, for the. I mean, are we responding to like issue? Are we having issues? Because is this become like it's going on and off?
I mean,
safety
I will just say, and feel free, anybody can add, and I know I've talked to a lot of our teachers at the high school level about my concerns is, and we go walking through schools and we see often, I made the comment, like, I feel like there's more kids in the hallway, in the cafeteria, and around the building than there are in classrooms right now. There's just a large number of kids on open blocks wandering, and that creates, I mean, for me, the biggest one is a supervision issue, right? I've got kids in nooks and crannies all over our building, and I don't have the adult manpower to supervise that, but there's an expectation. I have an expectation that when my kids are at school, that there's some type of adult supervision happening throughout the day, and we don't have that during those periods. And we have the ability for a kid, freshman through senior, where they have an open block, to walk off campus and go anywhere they choose. From a safety and security standpoint, I mean, we've talked to our safety and security folks. There's a real concern about, and so yes, we have dealt with discipline issues, challenges that happen off campus that then come back onto campus. We've had these issues, and I would say, candidly, I talked to some of my colleagues around the state, and honestly, the reaction I've got is, you still let kids do what? With school violence issues, school shooting types of concerns, all of these things, the opportunities that come from having that level of freedom, especially for our least prepared, least mature group of high school students, was a real concern. As soon as I walked in, I shared the story multiple times. My daughter came home with her schedule after her counselor met with her in the fall, and I went through her schedule. I'm like, you're missing a class. And she said, no, it's my open block. And I said, I may have had some different language. What's an open block? What's an open block? And then she proceeded to tell me, this is a period where I can do whatever I want. And I'm like, what do you mean you can do it? You can leave campus? Yeah. You can get somebody's car? Yeah, I can get somebody's car. You can wander the campus? Yeah, I can do anything I want. And there's no real supervision. And that puts a burden on the schools to have to figure out how to do that. And then for the kids who leave, we do deal with students who are on their off blocks doing things. Now, does that also happen with juniors and seniors? Sure. But there's a level of maturity, and you're on track to graduation. There's some ownership that you start to develop as you get to be a junior and a senior, that you want to graduate, that starts to be created. And I shared that some of what this policy reflects is things that I've done in other districts where we have said, freshmen and sophomores, you got to earn that right. We want you to be in a full schedule. You got to earn the right to have this open block concept. So yeah.
Well, as a kind of follow up to that, I mean, I do agree, like, with how you characterize it as, as a 9th and 10th grader, you earn the privilege, right? And the question, like, part of it is, if you're 11, do we have language in there that privilege gets revoked if you're not?
I believe we do.
Yes. Or is that? But because that's the
The very last paragraph says the ability to have an open block is a privilege. Building administration retains the final discretion to grant, suspend, or terminate privileges at any time based on a student's academic performance, attendance patterns, or disciplinary actions.
So it's right in front of me.
And I am okay with that part, that attendance patterns being in there, I think I'm happy with that part being in there.
We're seeing a long history of this issue. We can
Right.
say, no, we're not going to let it.
Right.
And to kind of follow up to Alexandra's request, I don't have an issue with that number 3 being struck, but I would like to. I didn't hear that you had responded whether there's a reason for it or if there's something that we don't know to consider. Okay.
I think anytime we allow kids we open up our doors, the opportunities, sometimes kids that do struggle being in school, we give them the best opportunity to leave our campus. So if we can tighten that up a little bit, maybe they'll take advantage of the courses that we have. And so I think our goal was really, how do we make sure that they understand some of the best educational opportunities are within our school and we can support them with everything we've got on campus. So when we're thinking about those that don't come, we don't want to just automatically say, well, you made it for one class, now we'll have an off block. We tend not to see them again. Typically with this group, they do show up for one period, but the moment they get the opportunity, they're gone. And so we can see some of those patterns. When I think about some of those attendance patterns, we do see that in their data, especially after lunch. We have a way higher rate of chronically absent, not showing up after lunch, than before.
But is that, I guess the question is, like, is that contingency covered in the paragraph that I so thoughtfully didn't read? Or is it needed, in the point number 3 on that, or do you feel like you need that to kind of address some of those? I just was wanting to kind of get some insight or some direction from staff.
3, what we've seen with policy, when it's really explicitly stated, it leaves our building principals in a better opportunity to have a really strong conversation and be really explicit with what chronically absent means, which again, chronically absent does ebb and flows, right? Because it's based on 10% of how many days we have had. If I've missed the first week of school based on something, I'm considered chronically absent, and it takes a long time to make that up, right? Because that's 10%. I think this is that language of, again, how do we have our counselors and our principals just be really clear so it's not so gray and it's not vague. I would say that last paragraph is, again, giving that permission to work with our students. But when we don't have that specificity, that's right, yes, on there, I think it leaves our principals in a little bit of a lurch of then they create their own meaning.
Thank you.
All right.
Would you plan to grandfather the current freshmen will be sophomores, or we're just going to change it for them?
I believe as of right now, our high schools have understand that each high school currently has a little bit of a different plan for what they already allow. So we have some schools who already don't allow freshmen and sophomores to have open block, some who allow all 4 grades to have open block. All of them during this registration period, because they kind of knew this was the direction we were going, took open block off the table for the current group of freshmen moving into sophomore year. So this would apply to all of our current students.
My question is, have you looked at similar policies in other districts? I'm assuming that this is probably based on a CASB policy. Is this policy quite similar to the districts at which you looked? And if it differs, how and where does it differ?
I didn't look at other districts. I did cross it with CASB. CASB is always my go-to.
Okay.
But we can certainly do that before the next time.
I don't
if
want to
that was
create
requested.
extra work for you. If the research you did was through CASB, I'm happy with that. I just wasn't sure what examination of what other people were doing.
I do believe, though, Dr. Heller's point of when you speak with other area superintendents, having the ability to have all kids off campus at some point definitely raises a concern for safety, etc. And so I think we are one of the only districts that do allow it for anybody. Don't quote me on that, but when we speak to others, like we work on the credit recovery side, other teacher side, we do hear that we are very unique in that regard.
Okay. All right. Anything else from the 3 of you? Any closing questions from the board before we move to the Head Start Community Assessment? All right. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you all.
While we're changing speakers, I'm going to propose that since we've already been in meeting for 2 hours, after we have the Head Start community assessment, we'll take a short break. Or is that fine?
I don't think anybody's gonna argue with you on that.
I just made a popular decision there. All right. So, agenda item 5.4, it was 5.5, but with the elimination of the calendar variance, Head Start community assessment. So, you're on.
Yes, yes.
Go ahead.
I-
No. Sorry, I jumped ahead.
No, you're fine. So, this is a required assessment. This is kind of, well, this is a part of all of the things that EC brings your way in the spring. And so at this point, I will go ahead and turn it over to Lam Caro, who's our Director of Early Childhood, and he can speak a little bit to the findings within the community assessment.
Good evening, Mr. President, Dr. Heller, members of the board. As Sarah said, I'm Lam Caro, and I'm the Director of Early Childhood. And so, yes, this is one of many things that I bring to you, except I will preface right now that Head Start is in flux and they're changing some of their policies and procedures. So, after tonight, moving forward in future years, I'm only going to be providing an update to the community assessment rather than a full report in successive years. So because this is year one of our grant, you get the full report this year. The next year I'll provide updates about changes in our demographics or anything else that comes uniquely to the report. So as Sarah said, this is a requirement of our program, and what I want to highlight from this particular slide is that actually what we want to do is deliver high quality targeted services and improve the outcomes for our children and our families. So that's what forms, I presented to you earlier, the self-assessment, and the community assessment provides the bigger picture of how we can support our families in the community. So what I'm presenting to you is we have some broad strategies that we will address, because primarily we have families that we get a new group of families every year. We have just unique needs every year. So the strategies we have are broad, but it's really targeted depending upon the year about what we will focus on for that particular group of students. But the first strategy is providing integrated behavioral health supports. And so that's just some examples of things we might do and will continue to do. But then depending on the needs of the families, we'll make some adjustments, like we might work more with Summit Stone to help provide health services for our students. So strategy 2 is we want to really maximize enrollment. And so one of these things is, if you look at that first one, we have the ability to stack funding to provide more services for kids, hopefully here in the near future. So since we have Head Start, we can stack that with universal preschool funding or special education to provide more opportunities for our kids. And then the other part that's more important is we can use it to track our enrollment and see where we need to make adjustments in our locations and our staffing. And then more importantly, the part that we really focus on is our targeted outreach. How do we get to our families in places that may not necessarily go to the typical places for our community? So hopefully in the next few weeks you'll drive around and you'll see yard signs in people's yards that say proud preschool graduate of the Thompson School District program. That's starting to pop up, and it's kind of neat because people reach out and go, hey, I just saw your sign, what can you tell me about your program? So those are just some things we'll do for that piece. In strategy 3, we really are going to continue focusing on stability supports for our families. So that includes, if you had a chance to read everything through the report, housing instability continues to be an issue, as well as food insecurity and the other things like transportation. But the other part that we would like to focus on is we want to help parents get ahead as well. So like we talked about, I shared earlier about financial literacy for our high school students, we look at providing those kind of workshops for our parents too. And so that's not only just financial literacy, but we do nutrition, we do social emotional support at home, so a variety of different opportunities for them to learn and support their families. Strategy 4, we want to help families navigate the system, because the one thing that we recognize is that we're the first introduction to many of our families to the educational system. So we put a lot of effort into making them feel comfortable and welcome to the school experience. And so some of the things that we'll do is particularly like enrollment can be tricky, because I don't know if you've looked at enrolling for preschool, but you have to do the universal preschool application, you have to do our online registration, and then you have to do our interest form, which is a lot. So we do provide opportunities for people to come and sit with us. We'll go to them. We'll offer different nights to come and register. So lots of ways we can do it. And what we're trying to work on is actually a way to do it on their phone. So that's another thing that we're trying to make it phone friendly, because most of our families have phones. So then the other part is just thinking about what other ways can we engage our families to interact with the system, including building that transition from pre-K to K. Strategy 5 is our health and safety system. So one of the things that we are obligated to monitor is not only licensing as well as the health department, the fire department, and then Head Start. So we have all these things that we track, and then we regularly have to complete all these things to ensure that mostly we want to make sure that our kids are safe. So like right now we're in the process of auditing all of our playgrounds, because we check for the depth of resilient surfacing for when kids come off equipment that they're safe, to any sharp edges on concrete, to is there a gap in the fence that we need to adjust. So the other part of that is an important piece is also tracking. We want to follow up with our health screenings, because a lot of parents don't know where to go sometimes, especially in our Head Start families. So we help them find resources to where they can get medical or dental support. And then we work with community providers to help support families and reduce costs for healthcare. And then finally, the last one is that we use a lot of data to inform what we're doing in our program. So I think many of you are familiar with our Teaching Strategies curriculum, which it supports our TS Gold assessments, and then we track our attendance for our families to ensure that they're meeting the Head Start required 85% attendance during the school year. Then more importantly, we look at trends in our data and then make adjustments to our instruction, and then you get a lot of that data shared with you through our reports and things that come to you monthly or in our grant or other reports. So, do you have any questions about what we are focused on for our program?
All right, Alexandra.
I do not have questions. Thank you for your work. I always enjoy reading the report and always learn something that I didn't know about the community. So I think you guys do such a good job with that, and are just such a good, resource for all of us. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Denise.
You mentioned stacking money for funds. What does that look like?
So let's say a student applies for the Universal Preschool Program. So they might get so the way they break it out in the Universal Preschool Program is 10, 15, or 30 hours. So many of our families, based on the criteria that the state has set, qualify for 10 hours. And so if you have a student that qualifies for 10 hours, but they also qualify for Head Start, we can put those funds together to create more of a longer experience for the student.
Great, thank you.
Mike.
I kind of echo Alexandra. I think it's a wonderful program, and I don't have any questions, but thank you for.
You're welcome.
Nancy.
Maybe I'm just missing it. So one of the things with Head Start is supposed to be about getting kids a head start with learning.
Mm-hmm.
So on page 31 of the report, it talks about early literacy, but it doesn't give any data. So I was just curious when it says that you've met or exceeded the goal. Like if somebody were to read this, that's not. But like, what is the goal? And what's the standard? And then, I know I've asked this before, and maybe it's because you're tracking so many other things. I'm still curious as to, you have a child in Head Start, and they're proficient at reading, or above, tracking them so that we know, can see. How did that continue in kindergarten? Did it continue first grade, second grade, third grade?
Sure.
Because I think a lot of times we see they do really well on Head Start, and then something happens, and I know that it's just like the 5th to 6th grade. Students are doing really good to 5th grade, and then you get to 6th grade. I mean, we can't say it's all hormones. I mean, I know we'd like to, but we can't. So I would just still be curious to know I just have a little bit
Yeah.
more data in here. And at some point, if we could really see, like, how much does the success, because I know you're successful with the Head Start,
Mhm.
but how much of it sticks?
So that's a great point. I think the important thing to also remember is that our total program only pushes a third of the incoming kindergartners into the system.
Mm.
So what you're getting is a blend of incoming kindergarten students that are coming from other providers in the community. And so I can't speak to what they provide for their students there. I can only speak to what we provide.
Yeah.
And so when we think about what we do in our program, we do a lot of things that are aligned with elementary school, including, like, we all went through the science of reading training, just like the rest of the district did 2 years ago. And our staff continue to do that. And then, like, next year we'll participate in the UDL learning that we'll be doing as a system. So I think there's lots of factors that play into that. The one benefit is that because we use TS Gold in preschool, they also use TS Gold in kindergarten. So we can make comparisons and see how our kiddos, seeing how the kiddos that came from our program are doing in kinder, but then they get a baseline for all the other students that are in the program.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to track
Yeah.
students that
Yeah.
didn't go through your Head Start, or they did, but now you don't know where they are.
Right.
Only the ones that you can clearly see. But yeah, because I know in the past you've had the data, and it
Mhm.
always shows phenomenally how well they do with the reading proficiency. So that's all.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I had the opportunity, fellow board members, to read this report in great detail, all 65 pages, when I attended a negotiation session because the two teams went into caucus. And in caucus, no one can be part of that room except the members of the negotiations team. So I had an hour and I had my little device here. And so I read it in detail. Lam, you and I have had this conversation before. I think that your reports, and I'm kind of echoing what a couple of my colleagues have said, they're fascinating, they're eye-opening, they're comprehensive. But because I had the time to really read in detail and in depth, I found out about services that our school district office offers by ourselves, as well as in partnership with the city of Loveland, the town of Berthoud, Larimer County, the state of Colorado, the federal government, and various nonprofits in the area. And so I'm not saying this to the board, I'm saying it to other folks who are in the room and those who may actually watch this at another time. This particular report will be available on our website, right, Dr. Heller? I would encourage anyone who is interested in what's going on in the Loveland, Berthoud area, the Thompson School District area, to read this, because you're going to find out things I suspect that you didn't know. And so I'm awfully glad I had the opportunity to read in great detail. And then I'll conclude my remarks by saying I was particularly interested also in the family survey results, in the amount of increase in social emotional growth that families reported, and also very importantly in parents' increase in program satisfaction. So I turned what could have been kind of a boring time to just sit around and not do anything into something very productive and to find out more about a program within our school district that's so important. So,
Thank you, Steve.
thank you for letting me get on my soapbox.
Did you vote?
Yes, I did.
You did. Oh,
Yeah,
really?
I believe everybody had a chance to
Okay, sorry.
report on this. Okay, with that, that clock doesn't work. So my watch is about 7:20. Can we take a 10-minute break? And then we'll come back and hit item 5.5, which is the cell phone policy. All right, I think we will convene. Thank you, board, for being back within 10 minutes. So we're going to move to agenda item 5.5, first read policy JICJ, student use of cell phones and other personal technology devices. And that's you, okay, I wasn't
Still
sure.
here.
Wasn't sure which part of the admin staff was gonna lead this one.
You're the new Bob, Sarah.
Yeah, yes. Good evening, Dr. Heller, Mr. President, members of the board, Sarah Rasmussen, Assistant Superintendent of Learning Services.
Good evening, Dr. Heller, Board President and Board members, Kelly Sane as Chief Technology Officer. I almost called myself an Assistant Superintendent, but it's good. Chief Technology Officer.
So this evening, we are bringing a first read, our draft policy, JICJ. This is a policy that we are being required to implement by the beginning of July 2026. And so the way that we have come to this particular draft is first we started with CASB, looking to see what they had out there for kind of a go-to policy. It was very basic, and so we used that as a starting point, but then we went through and we included some items that we felt would be important for clarity with our own policy. We then put it out there for feedback. So again, this is another process in which we really wanted to make sure that we have the right voices in the room. We started with, well, we have had student input, so our advisory committees, our superintendent advisory committees provided input. We've had teacher input. We have had district leadership input. We've had principal input, and we've really tried to incorporate that input in the best way we can. Some things obviously we couldn't put in there and incorporate, but we really wanted to make sure that we made this a policy that we could actually adhere to, and that it was clear for our school leaders and our teachers and our students and our families. So with that being said, we are actually just going to open it up for any questions that you all may have.
All right, Denise, start with you.
So I know that, we have current cell phone policies. They vary in how they're implemented within a school, within a classroom. How do we, as we implement another cell phone policy, actually get one that works?
That is a great question. So one of the things that we also want to recognize is that this is really our first go with this policy. And because we have had input along the way, we have tried to incorporate that so it is something that is manageable and can work. We try to be, so with our other school policies, they've just developed a policy that worked for their school.
Mm-hmm.
What we've done is we have at least provided some guidelines to say this is what's going to happen, and there might be some, and I'm trying to put my glasses on. There is, like for example, expectations for use. So under there we have outlined exactly what the school or the classroom needs to establish in order to make sure that we are following this policy. Yet we still do have some tights in here, such as cell phones are out for learning activities and within the classroom. So really trying to be mindful of a balance of what are the tight expectations and where can our schools actually provide some definition that meet the needs of their school community.
If I could, I don't know, I just want to add, I do think it's important to differentiate that what we currently have is not policy. All right, we don't have board policy on cell phone use expectations. We have each school, and sometimes down to each classroom, deciding what that's going to look like. And we're actually so that's makes it very hard if I'm a student to know what the expectations are, if I'm a parent, if I'm a staff member. So trying to get to, again, the state has said we have to have a board policy. This is our first attempt at it. I think there was a real desire to also recognize that we need to be able to trust the professionals in the classroom to know when there are appropriate times where a phone could be a really good learning tool and when it should go away, instead of just completely restricting that the teacher cannot allow a student to use a phone. I have seen this year some very creative ways that teachers use cell phones in very specific ways in the classroom that wouldn't work on the Chromebook, but the phone provided a different tool. So I think that part of that was trusting the professionals as part of the policy.
Thanks. All right, Mike.
I think that my kind of major question was kind of answered with Denise. We're doing this because the state's requiring us to do it. And I would anticipate that we will have to course correct probably as technology evolves, I imagine, over the next 5 to 10 years, because God knows technology is just going faster than I can keep up. But the one question, I'm a little kind of growing up in an age when we had no technology. Like there's a part of me that wishes we could just say have none. I mean, we have Chromebooks, we have electronics already that they have access to for learning purposes, and I recognize that that's probably an unreasonable policy, just to say no cell phones, just leave them at home. But so with that said, I don't have any specific questions about it, but I just kind of look forward to having an ongoing discussion and keeping up abreast as to how this is being implemented.
All right, Nancy.
This is a good start. I think it still, because a lot of what I've heard is, especially for teachers who have to travel to different schools, going school to school, they never knew what was going to be policy. So I think this will help with that. I do hope that we really enforce the keeping the phones away if it's not required for the learning exercise. Because since, I've read multiple studies, they don't just show improved learning, they show improved engagement with each other. I mean, it's amazing when you talk to some of these businesses how kids who are 18, 19, they really don't have the skill to talk to people because they're just so used to this. So I really hope that the schools, they keep them put away unless it's going to add some relevant value to whatever they're doing. So, but again, you had to start somewhere.
Alexandra.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues that it is as a starting point. I mean, I think it's a little more lenient than I would probably like, but I think it's fine as a starting point. I think interestingly in reference to your thing, I don't know if you guys saw, there just came out a huge study looking at cell phone data that showed that schools that have really strict cell phone policies, cell phone use did go down, engagement with each other did go up, academic achievement was no different at all. There's absolutely zero difference. And interestingly, suspensions went up significantly in like the first year or two after the implementation of the policy. And so I think ours is good in that way, that it's not going to set people up for hopefully a lot of suspensions because it is a little bit lenient. And I think it gives some time to kind of ease into things. And I think it'll be interesting, I think to see, how we can, it's not, I think we want to believe that getting cell phones out of classrooms is going to solve all of our academic woes, and I don't think that's the case. But I think it's important all the same.
Where did you get that study?
I will see if I can send it to you.
Can you send it to me?
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Okay.
And it's a wide
It's
study
huge.
across the country, yes.
Yeah.
Is it the Chalkbeat study?
No. It was, it was actually done by, I don't remember the name of the company. I mean, they were a big part of it. They were tracking the data. It's a company that actually makes the little pouches that people store their cell phones in so that they're away from the thing. And so they have all this data on the cell phone use, and it was pretty, Kelly obviously read it, it's pretty robust and very
It is.
interesting.
It's 2 years of data, again, by the company who creates the pouches. So sometimes you have to look at where the data was done and what are the questions that they asked. But there has been no academic increase, and there also hasn't been a decrease in mental health struggles. So those two things were shown with 2 years of data of having a strict cell phone policy. So as we've talked about many times, this is a very complex issue, and this is a great place for us to start.
Yeah, I would agree too. It's a great place to start. I actually did some research, knowing we were going to talk about this tonight. I obtained the cell phone and technology regulations for both Loveland Classical and New Vision because I was interested, since we're in the same community and to a certain extent we compete for students, what their policies were. So at Loveland Classical, I'll just read the first bullet of their regulation. Students are encouraged to turn off and put away their cell phones before entering the school building for the duration of the school day, including lunch. New Vision's is even tougher. Cell phones, smartwatches, AirPods, Bluetooth earpieces, and other electronic devices are prohibited for student use throughout the building from door to door, meaning from the time students enter New Vision until the time they leave, their cell phone should not be in use. Then when I asked you if this was the same study that I found in Chalkbeat, I found this information among high school teachers. Well, I should read the first sentence. A Pew Research study in 2024 found that about 1 in 3 teachers consider students distracted by cell phones a major problem. Among high school teachers, that figure rises sharply to 72%. More recently, Pew researchers found that 74% of U.S. adults say they would support banning cell phones during class time for middle and high school students. Also, I found an article in the newspaper summarizing some research that was done by an organization. Let's see, as I tell you about it, maybe I can find the name of the organization. This one found that 72% of U.S. high school teachers say phone distraction is a major problem, which kind of supports the other one. Students lose an estimated 43 minutes of learning time each day in their phones, according to Common Sense Media Research. Schools with these policies report more instructional time, fewer behavioral disruptions, etc., when cell phones are more severely restricted. I found this interesting in this particular study. The concern I hear more than any other, this was by the author of this article, from parents is, what if there's an emergency and I can't reach my child? School safety experts who train for and respond to these situations say phones can actually make students less safe. One superintendent described watching parents flood the school driveway during a lockdown, blocking emergency vehicles from getting in. Schools have trained staff and protocols for reaching families safely. And how did the parents know they were reached by cell phone by their students? Then I looked at our policy. I don't think it's anywhere near tough enough. Based on research, I would hope that we will land on something that's more restrictive. In the section entitled Expectations for Use, each school within the district shall clearly define and communicate specific expectations. I believe the intention of the state legislature was that there would be a more standardized policy rather than each school within a district shall clearly define and communicate specific expectations. I also shared some of this data with a couple of young teachers whom I know, and I can't find it here, it's the meta glasses. They say have been quite problematic, and they're covered in this policy somewhere. That number one, it's actually kind of a brand name of a particular company, and it's difficult for anyone to know if the meta glass is turned on, if it's turned off. It has all kinds of capabilities that may not be necessarily good. And then I'll just close by saying that in between the time I retired and ran for the board, I did some subbing. And as a substitute teacher, I had several problems with students and cell phones. Was it because I was a substitute? Maybe. I remember walking around and seeing students with their phones out and saying, "Hey, what are you doing?" "Well, I'm looking at a cartoon, or I'm watching a movie." And I remember times of kids showing their phones to other kids when they were supposed to be doing other things. So I think research bears out that there's some advantage in having a stricter policy than the one that we're looking at now. So that's my 2 cents worth on this particular topic.
Do you mind if I just want to add a couple things? Because one of the things I will say that as I've been around this year and watched what's happened in our schools, I've actually, and again, it's not always perfect, but I have actually been pretty impressed with the level of intentionality that our teachers have in the classroom around cell phones. I was a student for a day at Mountain View, and in every class period, there was very clear expectations were communicated to the students about their phones needing to go away, their AirPods needing to go away. And there was also very clear expectations when they were okay to be used and for what purpose they were okay to be used. And in every class that I sat through, I did not see students using their device inappropriately. I saw them only, that was one day in one school. But I will say I do see a change as our teachers have gotten used to every kid walking around with one of these, that our teachers have adapted to the world that we live in now. And that's become part of their classroom management procedures, where they're, as the class period starts, they're saying, okay, remember, phones are off and phones are away, and then reinforcing that throughout. I will also add that I do, even with what is perceived as being a policy that's not as strict or stringent, want to make sure that the board is also very clear. We will see increases in some other behaviors as we enforce this policy, where when a teacher says, we need to put it away, and the student does not put it away, and the teacher then says, I need to take that, and the student says, you're not going to take this. Now we're going to move to the next level of discipline. And so there will be increased discipline consequences for things that are above and beyond a cell phone, right? Where we start getting into things like insubordination and those things that will have a impact. And much of the burden ends up often falling to our teachers to enforce it, and through our administrators to manage where do we do with these devices. I mean, one of the biggest things that when I was an administrator a long time ago in Idaho, we were dealing with this. We had pretty strict cell phone bans, and there was always this concern of, I take this kid's expensive device and I set it on my desk so I can get back to teaching, and then I come back later and that device is no longer on my desk. Somebody has taken it, not the kid who I took it from, but somebody else has taken this expensive device or damaged this expensive device. So there's going to be some complications as we go down this road. I do think my perspective is this is a good start. I think there's absolutely going to be some course corrections as we get feedback from teachers on what needs to change. Where do we need to be more clear on unstructured times? Where do we need to be more clear on what's an acceptable use versus what's not? I mean, I think we're going to continue to learn on some of that. But even our own kids told us when we were talking to the high school students, they said, just know you're going to have some kids who are going to refuse to comply with some of these policies, and they're not going to want to give up their phone. And you're going to now deal with the other discipline that comes with that. So just as a caveat, as we go into year one of implementing a policy like this, there's going to be some bumps in the road, and we're going to learn some things that will probably cause. This policy is one of those that I think will come back repeatedly as we continue to tweak it moving forward. So that'd be just some pieces to add.
Okay. Did you hear some helpful feedback from the board as you continue to work on this? So tell us what we're going to hear from you on May 20th.
Well, the feedback that I heard is that this is a good start. I also heard that maybe it is not as tight as it could be. In all honesty, I'm not sure that those are the adjustments we would make at this point in time, because we need to see how this is going to be implemented first at the school level. If you look at our other policies, we do not lay out what the discipline looks like with our other policies. So we do have to be very careful about doing that with this policy as well, because we do have a discipline matrix that we access, and we continuously work to modify and change and train our administrators and our leaders on what does that look like when you're utilizing our discipline matrix and our progressive discipline system. So we tried to outline that to a certain degree in this policy, with also without making it so tight that we have absolutely no wiggle room. So we just have to be mindful of that.
So another thing to think about is like the meta glasses. We have examples of some kids who actually have their prescription built into their meta glasses. And so we have to we have to think about those things and have conversations. We also have examples of kids who don't have a landline at home. So if we confiscate and take away their device, they have no way to connect and talk with any other family member at home because there isn't a landline. That is their only communication device, or to call 911 or anything like that. And something else to think about is also it's bigger than cell phones, because we did put in here those things like tablets, laptops, cameras, smartwatches. So when we think about that example that you just shared, that all of a sudden I take away someone's personal MacBook Pro, and all of a sudden if something gets damaged or lost or stolen, that would be possibly creating tension between teachers and families and students. So we have to be careful about how we can start thinking about these things and iterate as we go.
Could I ask, so, could we, Dr. Heller, build in like a mid-year next year to revisit this? I mean, because I would really like to, I mean, I do think it's kind of a bit of the issue of our day to some degree.
Yep.
And so I would like to revisit, just to check in and to see if there are opportunities for tweaks and what we're seeing, because I kind of am inclined to agree with Stu, but I want to keep an open mind. So.
Well, and I do think there's value in us continuing throughout the first 6 months of implementation, gathering data from our teachers. And when I say data, let's get feedback from our teachers, our administrators, on how's it going? What are the rough spots? What are the tension points? Where is this policy not working for you? Where are you running into some issues, so that we can come back with changes that actually reflect how well it's working. So yeah, I think that's certainly something that we could do.
Can I?
Sure.
No, this is dumb. What are these metadata things?
Meta glasses.
Oh, meta glasses.
So they're glasses made by Meta, which is, the owner of Facebook and all of that, and they have cameras on the temple, and so as you are looking through the world, it'll examine things, and stuff will show up on your screen, on your lenses, for you to see. So they are a technology device that has become very popular, and we have kids now who, as was said, they have gotten their prescription glasses put into those. So to take those away would create a new challenge for a kid. But there are some concerns out there that those meta glasses could be used for things like plagiarism, cheating, things like that, because you could ask it for the answer to this question, and now that's going to pop up on the screen of your lens. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we have some challenges. And it can also record. It can record video, it can record pictures. So now Denise doesn't know I'm taking a video of her because I was looking at her with my glasses on, but I'm taking a video of her, and we have very specific language around using the technology to video other students. So.
One of the teachers that I talked to said that something that's also concerning is that the meta glasses have AI capabilities, and there are folks who are concerned with those capabilities being present in the classroom because of the nature of them. So, okay, we'll look forward to
Thanks.
2.0.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. All right, let's move then to agenda item, which is now 5.6, Loveland Police Department and Larimer County Sheriff's Office School Resource Officer Intergovernmental Agreement.
Thank you, Mr. President, Board of Education, and Dr. Elder, Dr. Cody, Assistant Superintendent of Operations. Tonight, I'm going to have Joe walk through the updated IGA with both Larimer County Sheriff's Office and Loveland Police Department. And he will introduce some friends we have with us tonight.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us, Dr. Heller, board. This is Lieutenant Marella Tatunzik. She's with Larimer County Sheriff's Office, and I have Lieutenant Matt Roberts here from the Loveland Police Department. They oversee the sergeants and the SROs within our schools. So if you have any questions specific to the functions of a police entity, they can answer those questions, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have on the proposed contracts.
All right. Are you ready then for questions at this point? Okay, Mike?
We've been waiting, Stu, so
yeah.
So I just had a couple just contractual questions, and then kind of a bigger, broader question. The one, if I read it correctly, the Loveland one with Loveland's a 3-year contract, and then with Larimer County it's a 1-year. Why is there the diff? I mean, why are they not? I would think they would be the same or substantially similar contracts, but there's just some differences in terms of the cost share and the term.
Thank you. So Berthoud, as we know, is a growing community, and so is the Riverview community out there. Riverview right now is split between the Turner Middle School SRO and the and Riverview School with the Sheriff's Office. So we wanted to do a 1-year contract so we can really see, we can pull the CAD data, so the dispatch data from the Sheriff's Office and then our data to make sure to see, do they need a full-time SRO, do they not? So that's kind of why we went with that 1 year, just to do a data evaluation through our calls for service.
So the other one question too is, I mean, it's Loveland and it's Larimer County, but I mean, you did mention Berthoud, but we also have schools in Fort Collins.
Yes.
And so how is that?
All those schools are within Larimer County, so our Larimer County SRO officers deputies are also assigned to those feeder elementary schools. So Deputy Joe, who's at Turner Middle School, is also responsible to support Cottonwood Plains, for example.
And Coyote.
Yeah, and Coyote Ridge is assigned.
Thank you.
Is that it, Mike?
Yeah.
All right, Nancy?
I was curious about a couple things. So it talks about there's 70,000 in savings. Like, how did you do that? And I hope the answer isn't that, you have one less SRO.
That is not the answer.
Okay.
The answer is originally the contracts were for 192 days. We just went down to 177, which are our contract days for our contact days with students.
So you just went the actual school contact days?
Yep, that's it.
So we can fend for ourselves?
Absolutely not. We'll make sure we have somebody for
I'm just teasing you.
And I will say real quick on the budget piece, there was a lot of conversation from where our budget was at. Typically year after year, the board has seen increases in contracts, so it was mindful to go down those few days, but then also because of the partnership we have with the agencies, they also said, okay, we're going to maintain to not have an increase in the budget too. So.
And does the data show, because I've heard this, because not every elementary or school can have a full-time SRO, so they have to really, so does the data still support that that's sufficient to not have, to not add any more full-time SROs to some of these schools?
I think that's one of the reasons that the hard part with safety and security is it's very trendy. So there are years where the elementary schools will have lots of needs, and then there are years where there's not. Candidly, for an SRO to serve at an elementary school, it's usually an adult issue than it is a child issue. So that it's so hard to understand, or if a call from the community kind of bleeds into our school environment. So it's hard to know, but we're constantly reviewing those data points at this point. So, and then they help advise on drills and things like that. Both agencies have done a phenomenal job of supporting our elementaries at this point.
And also to Joe's team, the security office 1 and 2, they are always in elementary schools, so it's not just the focus on secondary. Those teams are also always going around to different elementary schools as well. So.
And the co-responder units are still
yes.
funded, functioning?
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah, they're very busy.
They're very busy.
They're very busy.
Very busy.
Okay.
But they're awesome.
Do the 2 officers have anything to add to what I asked? I do not.
So I guess my only question is,
it looks like, I mean, basically it looks like things are essentially the same as they have been, except for, is this like the Turner Middle School in Riverview is highlighted in the, is that the sheriff's one?
Yes.
Yeah, and then in the police department one, the Peakview Academy Mary Blair part is highlighted. Are those changes or?
It's just that we assigned officers specifically to those schools. So like with the sheriff's office, Riverview was done through that partnership, but it was not done in writing.
Okay.
So that's where that was, that addition was there in the same Peakview.
Okay, okay, thank you.
And what, you said Mary Blair, what kind of coverage would it get?
That SRO would some support since they're just they're on the same campus really.
Okay.
So the SRO there at PBQ would also support Mary Blair since they're 200 feet from each other.
Especially as we're going to expand to that community center at Mary Blair. There will be students on that campus. There will be adults on that campus. So we want to have support there.
Sure. I don't have any other questions.
All right. I don't have any questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
We'll move then to agenda item 5.7, proclamation recognizing National Teacher Appreciation Week.
I can speak to this. We have a proclamation that we would want, somebody to read at the board meeting next week. It's a little bit dated now, considering because somebody decided to call a snow day where we would have approved this resolution this last week. But we still want to do the proclamation to specifically, recognize Teacher Appreciation Week that did occur May 4th through 8th. It was my teacher appreciation gift to the district to call the snow day last week, and I've had many people thank me for that. Though I've also had a few people in the community not thank me for that.
So will your name now be on the proclamation? Is that what's going to happen? We don't know that, huh? All right. Let me ask first, I think probably I won't go around person by person. Does anybody have a question or a comment? And then I'll ask for somebody to read it. Anybody have a question?
No question. They're happy to read it.
All right. Everybody okay with Denise reading it? Cool, you've got the job. You bet. All right, let me make a note of that so I don't forget who's going to read it. All right, let's move to item 5.8, which are the standard action consent items. I think we will go around on these to see if there are any initial questions. And Alexander, we'll start with you. No? Denise?
None for me.
Mike?
No, just one quick comment though. With the contracts, I was happy to hear that when I just mentioned to Todd that some of the landscaping we're doing is xeriscaping in some schools, which is great given the condition we're in, and also that it's covered, it's an expense but covered through grant funding. So that's even better. So I think that's, I'm happy to hear that we're taking those steps.
All right, thank you. Nancy?
I only have a comment, and it's too bad Bob's not here. Because he did add some more of the detail that I've been asking for. And I think right now, until they get that new budget software launched, I mean, I think there's as much as he can put on there, and it's very helpful.
Okay.
And I wanted to thank him publicly, but I guess
He's probably listening, knowing
He's
Bob.
probably
He is in Mississippi right now, so he's probably listening though.
Okay.
I just texted him and said, Nancy appreciates the extra detail.
Okay.
All right. I don't have any questions or comments, so we'll move then to agenda item 6.0, which is the updates. You received a legislative report from me week before last, I think it was. I do have some updates on 4 or 5 bills. If you want to call that up, you can do that. Otherwise, I'll give you the number of the bill and tell you what I know at this point. The first is the Senate Bill 26023, which is the School Finance Act. It was on track to pass rather easily. It has hit bumps in the road, and unless it passed today, it didn't pass yesterday. I think they're not thinking that it's beyond passing, but they thought that they had everything worked out, and then something was brought to their
I think-
attention, and so they held off on it.
I think this afternoon when I looked, they'd already done all the it has to do with the amendments. All the amendments were passed, and it had already done second reading. And I think it should have gotten through the third reading, but I didn't have a chance to look
Okay.
at that before.
So it's probably-
The last I saw was the Senate today considered the House amendments, and their result was to concur with those amendments and to repass. So I
Alright.
think it's on track.
But they will have to vote. The
Yes.
Senate will have to vote on that. So that hasn't happened yet, but thank you for the update. Then, Senate Bill 26-135, which is State Public K-12 Education Funding, is the title of the bill. That bill has now passed the House and the Senate, and it will be on the November ballot. Then Senate Bill 26-176, this is the one that I wrote you about based on input that I received from CASB asking for board members to contact their legislators. This is a bill that would expose every locally elected school board member in Colorado to personal lawsuits for routine governance decisions. We're not the only ones who would have been drawn into this, but we are perhaps the only new group that would be subject to this particular kind of action. The bill was killed in the Senate Judiciary Committee on May 4th, and so at least for this particular legislative session, it is gone. Okay. Senate Bill 26-166, which is school board member disqualifying convictions. It was just introduced, I believe, on Monday, and I did not receive an update as to its status. I have a Legislative Relations Committee meeting on Friday, which will be the day that the legislature adjourns for the legislative season. I'm assuming that they will know something at that point about the status of that bill. Just two other bills. I'm not going to read you what I sent you. Some of these things have already passed. They've been signed by the governor. They've been postponed indefinitely, etc. This was a newly introduced bill, Senate Bill 26080, which is the Cradle to Career Grant Program. You can read the summary that I provided for you. I haven't received an update on that, so I don't know what the status is of that.
I believe it was killed.
You think it was killed? Okay, thank you. You're right. I don't know. And then finally, the last one that I sent to you was a newly introduced Initiative 175. I highlighted what CASB said was the major concerning factor about this one. If this initiative were to pass, money currently used for schools could be diverted from K-12 education to fund Colorado roads. A bill has been introduced to zero out the initiative's impact if it were to be on the ballot and pass. The proponents of this is a contractors association. What I found out from CASB is that if it's approved, $700 million set aside for roads and bridges would be available for roads and bridges and not for any other purpose. This will be in the Constitution if this initiative is to pass, so it would be hard to amend or remove. Every other funding priority, including K-12 education, Medicaid, etc., would take significant reduction. A bill has been introduced, it's House Bill 1430, to zero out Initiative 175, and it would only go into effect, House Bill 1430 would only go into effect if the initiative were to pass. I didn't have time today to check to see whether anybody knows anything about it. Because it's an initiative, it's not going through the legislature. It's being dealt with the same way as 195, which is the one that deals with the graduated income tax. So stay tuned. I'll let you know as I hear, but it may be a while because they're in the process right now of gathering signatures. So that's my legislative report. And Mike, understanding is you were not able to go to the Laura meeting,
No,
or do you?
No, actually,
But you
I-
have an update?
I actually was able to kind of adjust some things came up,
Oh,
so I was
okay.
able to attend. I'll provide a written kind of summary, which is, but since it was yesterday, I just didn't get a chance to do it. But there were a couple things. One is, it's the ongoing, not audit with the Centerra Urban Renewal, because it's I forget what the term, the review of finances. There was a discussion about an additional $655,000 to do a complete forensic audit or look back of the funding through the PIC, which is the Public Improvement Corporation, and the Metro District and the Urban Renewal. And there wasn't a lot of support for it. The challenge, in addition to the fact that I feel like it's not going to shed any new light on anything that wasn't already in the previous report, the city would have to appropriate the funds. It's not the Urban Renewal doesn't have the money, and the Urban Renewal and the McWin or the Realberry, the Metro District's not going to pay that. So I think that was just a question of kind of what value do you get back for that. So what the discussion was, and the motion that we had, was to direct staff to the city's finance staff to kind of take a harder look at a few different things and kind of report back. The next meeting's in August, so that'll be ongoing. But if there's any questions, more than happy to answer them. The second piece is just kind of a minor piece, but when they elected the chair and co-chair at the previous meeting at the beginning of the year, it had been somebody from a taxing entity and then somebody from the city council, and it switched to somebody from the city council is now the chair, and then the taxing entity is the co-chair, and they said that makes sense. And so I actually proposed an amendment to the bylaws to formalize that. So going forward with the Urban Renewal, either the chair or co-chair will be a member of the board who's not a member of the Loveland City Council or the Loveland City Council appointee. So it'll either be the school district, the ambulance district, the county, or I think I'm missing, there's 4 of us that are on taxing entities that will either serve as the chair or the co-chair. And I was happy that it was brought to past 12 to 1. I won't tell you what the one person said, the opponent, but it was very well received, and I think they passed it. So, I think going forward, I would expect that the next round, whoever is sitting or whoever's representing the school district will likely be the chair or co-chair, because I think that was because I think since we're the biggest in terms of property tax, and since I was new on that at the time, and I think the ambulance district is now the co-chair, but I think the next one will probably whoever from the school district, if it's me or someone else. So.
All right. As you have time, we'll look forward to a short report then.
Sure. Yeah. Once I get the minutes and can put a little more detail, I'll just
great. As you have time. Thanks, Mike. All right. That takes care of the updates. Let's move to agenda item 7, particularly 7.1, the District Accountability Committee recommendation. And I'm assuming that that's going to be Ryan Wilkin and Bria Freeman, since I saw them both here.
Waiting patiently.
Waiting patiently. Thank you for waiting patiently. And Sarah, you'll introduce them.
I sure will.
Sorry.
Oh, Mike in the middle. Good evening. I have the pleasure of introducing Bria Freeman, who's our DAC co-chair, and Brian Wilkin, who is our DAC chair. And the DAC is our District Accountability Committee, and we have the pleasure every year at this time to really give an overview of what the conversations and findings have been in the District Accountability Committee meetings. It is a really amazing group of individuals, and there's a wide variety of experiences and connections to the community. And so at this point, I'm just going to go ahead and turn it over to these two.
All right. Dr. Heller, President Boyd, members of the board, thank you for having us here tonight.
This year was great. It was my favorite year yet. I got to work with Bria, and she brought a lot to the table. We changed things around in DAC this year. We started with upping our meeting time to 2 hours. And one of the reasons we did that is because in past years, it felt like we were listening to a lot of great information, right? We got a lot of great education, but there was very little time for engagement. We couldn't ask our questions, right? And we solved that. And it worked out really well. It was really educational to hear what our whole team had to offer, throw in the questions they asked, everything that we got from it was great throughout the whole season. We did get the pleasure of having 2 board members at the end, which was also nice because they did interact with our team very well and brought a good perspective. Other than that,
Can I back us up a little bit?
I want you to, yeah.
So leading up to the point we kicked off the DAC year, Ryan and I, along with Sarah and her team, kind of talked about like what are we doing here, right? And so we wanted to understand what TSD was from a student perspective. If we're all here in the interest of the student, let's follow what that life cycle is for a student. And so that's kind of what we used to facilitate the topics that we covered. And so that was really helpful in restructuring. And then Ryan also had the idea to give you guys a little bit more real-time data. So you guys were getting now as part of your board packets all of our meetings, so you guys kind of get to see a little bit more rather than waiting until May. We also started to, in the same spirit of giving you guys more real-time information, we wanted to capture that because at the end of the year, we're asked to remember the year in review and then what are your celebrations and what are your challenges or recommendations. So we said, capture them in the moment. So we're doing that kind of periodically at the end of every meeting, and so we're able to kind of get that real-time data that then can either inform what happens in the next meeting, it can inform what you guys see, it can kind of just drive a little bit more and give us a little bit more data to make decisions with.
Absolutely, kind of just keep it fresh, right? Fresh in our minds. Another thing that I really enjoyed that Bria brought to the table was her connection activity. So, we started out with the formalities of, can I get a motion to accept the minutes, all the stuff, right? And then we led into Bria's connection activity, and it just kind of brought the group together. Most of the time, she was able to relate her connection activity to the topic we were going to talk about, which was really cool. And it just kind of brought us together, put us in the right mood, taught us a lesson. It was a good introduction to the team. And I think we can just move on to celebrations right into it.
And are we,
Do you have anything?
we're just gonna pull the curtain a little bit here, are we gonna just let them ask questions as we go?
Yeah, so it's up to you. We can answer
Tell me
questions
what
at the
we're
end, or we can go bullet point by bullet point, however you feel
Jump in if
comfortable.
you got it.
Board, what's your preference? Want to wait until the end and do them all at
I'm
one
okay
time?
with Dan.
Yeah, okay.
So for celebrations, I think across the board, we have heard TSD is doing amazing work. Ryan, I'm gonna kind of highlight something that you shared in a couple of different spots, but he came in and he was not happy with TSD.
Not happy with what?
TSD.
Oh.
He got to know TSD through DAC and various other committees and connections that he has, and since then has really realized the impact that we're having in our schools as a part of our community, and not angry anymore. Right? And it's because of that education component where we get to learn about all of the amazing things that we're doing, and be really intentional with then celebrating them. And so throughout the life cycle of the TSD student and the different topics that we covered, then we were able to go from early childhood, through post-secondary. And so there's a couple of specifics there that we can call out.
Yeah. Well, just to reiterate, and I won't do this too many times, but Bria's right. When I really dove into TSD, I was an unhappy parent. My child wasn't getting the education they deserve. I'm going for this. We need to change this. And once I got here, I was like, I got the education. on different parts and pieces. I'm like, oh, that's great. I want to support that. That's not so great. We need to fix that, you know. But there was the whole gambit, the education, and you guys know this just as well as I do. Getting that education piece out there to our community is vital. You know, it helped me. It helped me help the district, and that's crucial. And I know that's your mission, and I applaud it. And I'll just move on. We had a lot of staff members in our committee. We had principals. We had everybody, right? The whole gambit, and they felt like they were appreciated, and they were there every single meeting. I mean, from about the first 2 meetings till the last meeting, we had a consistent group, and a lot of those principals, they showed up. They gave us their opinions. A lot of the teachers, and it was great to hear from them. And that shows a lot about our staff alone.
Which speaks to the second one there of like the commitment across the board in every presentation that we had comes through loud and clear. Our teachers are here every day. Our principals are supporting the teachers. The superintendent is supporting the school staff, and then you guys wrap around all of it, right? So the commitment by and large from staff is recognized throughout the community. Moving up one, because we skipped the framework. So again, we started with what sets the foundation for our students, and so really understanding the framework, and thanks to Sarah and her team for going through that. We not only looked at the framework, but then we looked at what does it look like at an elementary level, what does it look like secondary. We were also able to speak on the K-8s, and then also the high school level. So we really kind of got a good understanding of what this looks like across TSD at all of the schools that we offer. And then the family school partnerships spoke to everybody. I was happy to see the early childhood program here tonight because they do amazing work. And really just those programs that we have across the district has shown brightly. So dual language is called out there, ECE's called out there, non-traditional learning options. We didn't want to call out all of the ones that got shout outs, but we really do have something for every type of learner across TSD.
And tonight you saw that improved sense of belonging at Sarah Milner. I mean, that was incredible to see. And I'm gonna just shout this out. This is where I went to school, K through 5. Miss Faye was down that hall. She was my first grade teacher. I met a Bronco player in that hall. All kinds of cool memories. I really want to tour. But
did you get a job here?
No, no, I didn't. No, but that was incredible. I loved hearing it, and you can't. That's the right track. That's what we want to hear. That's what we want our kids to be involved in, and to see that firsthand it just makes you feel good. So let's see, we improved our sense of belonging. Yeah, Bill Reed's new DLI mural. Yeah, so we're seeing data, and it was presented to us. This was a strong concern from every corner of our district. And I know you guys see it all the time, but the focus that is on the sense of belonging at every level, from grade school to high school, is it's gonna get in the positive. I know it is.
And we've enhanced our tools so we're getting a better sense of the data and allowing us to drill into the data so we can get more specific in how we cut the data and what makes sense to look at it. And so now we're looking at how those intersect. So we'll get there, but the tools have come a long way, and it's enabling us to look at data differently.
And some of this you already heard tonight, and going back up, the academic results with the grad rates. I mean, we're hearing these same presentations as you guys, which is really nice, except for this year we get to engage and ask those questions. What does this mean? Because, being a parent, you guys have a lot of acronyms. It can be confusing,
Yes, we do.
Yeah, there you go. That's another one.
So I, with my first grader, no, you can go to the next one, that's fine. I try to explain how two things can be true. So you can be very upset with me, and we still understand that I love you. right? And you can be sad and you can be brave, or scared and brave, right? So two things can happen at the same time. And so TSD is doing amazing things, and there's still opportunities for improvement. So, you know, with that, we move into the opportunities and recommendations. And again, these are from all of the presentations, and we gathered them after each of the meetings, and then we theme them out. So we want to expand what's working. So where does that make sense to either replicate or introduce something that another school is doing, to see if that makes sense for a different school to leverage. The family and community partnerships, again, I was excited with the early childhood education program, but all of those family connections and outreaches that we do are highly impactful and highly successful. And so let's see what that can look like to expand in that family community support personnel, having those potentially at each school, scaling access to innovative programs, so TCC, again, shout out. We were talking in the back, Banner Health, I work for Banner, they closed McKee as far as like emergency services in-house. They've got some other services still on campus, but there's a building. Is there an opportunity to do a TCC expansion? Those types of things. Like, what does a community partnership look like in order to expand the services that we know are supporting our students? And then, yep.
I'm gonna stop you right there. So, just a personal experience with TCC, we had a little scare because my daughter's in the EMT program, and we lost an instructor, and the district immediately put out the information, whether it was bad or good, they did it, and they ducked, I think, as soon as they put that out there. But they worked hard, and they did find an instructor to feed these kids through their second year, their first certification for the EMT program. They made it happen, and they probably went to greater lengths than I know, and I appreciate that, and I see that all the time, and that's part of that education that we like at DAC to kind of promote, you know. Although, let's see, we do have a bunch of recommendations. I'm going to let you go on with the next one.
The improved communication?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, before we jump to that, so expanding what's working, just continuing to prioritize that sense of belonging and making sure that all of the students feel that way. So, and then improve communication. So I was thinking about this one, and again, with what we're doing so well, the biggest benefit to being a part of DAC and being so heavily involved has been learning about what the district is doing. And so we have a great story to tell. I don't know that we tell it loudly enough, with a great story, the details. And so we really wanted to recommend evaluating and strengthening communication systems. So assessing what's currently in place, what the expectations are, the channels to identify gaps, and then ensure that we are then closing that loop. So when somebody says, hey, give me some feedback, and somebody actually gives you feedback, then what are we doing to say, thanks? You know, we're not actually gonna paint all of the buildings purple, but we appreciate the input, right? You don't have to take it just because it's given, but closing the loop and letting them know that they've been heard is really important. And there is a discrepancy there, or at least a felt one. And then acknowledge input, so I just mentioned that. And then making messages more accessible and user-friendly by using plain language. So in a lot of the presentations even that we had in the DAC room, we would have to ask a lot of questions. And there were questions that make sense to all of you who swim in this pool every day. And to the acronym joke, it's really not a joke because we don't know what you're talking about, right? I'm like, can you tell me what CMAS stands for? And so it just like, it kind of delays us getting to more information because we've got to take a step back to understand what's going on. And so I would say that those have come out as the main improved communications. And I think even if we were to push it one step further and provide and drive people to more information. So I think about the snow day, right? Everybody got the information. Nobody's gonna like it or everybody's gonna like it. You're gonna find everybody with an opinion about a snow day, right, in May. Fine, we can only control so much. But I think when we got that message, again, timing, you're gonna do it too soon or too late, depends who you ask. But there was nothing in there to say, this is how a snow day is determined. Why was it a snow day instead of a late start? How many snow days have we had in a year? right? Like all of that stuff to just give us more information, because in the absence of information, we create our own stories. And so there's every social media reaction on the books, right? And you guys managed through that well. And that's just one place where you can say, here's the policy and link it, or here's where you can go with questions or whatever, right? Just to make sure that our community understands that you guys are not just being like, snow's coming, let's call off school, right? Because that we know that there's more intention.
Or I need a day off. Yeah,
Right.
communication.
Teacher appreciation, you're welcome.
And I know we're speaking to the choir, preaching to the choir here. It's probably one of the hardest things,
Yeah.
right? To get out there. You're never gonna make everybody happy. It's the education behind what goes on is the benefit to everything. I think if you get it out there for the people that want it, they'll find it, they'll read it, and the others will leave it up to their imagination, which may or may not be good. But a little bit more education about DAC would be nice. I'd love to see social media posts and maybe newsletters that have DAC, which it's gotten better, by the way, and thank you for that. But what about we share our topic for the month? Maybe, you know, Jerry and Joan want to know about financing and they don't want to come to a board meeting, they want to come to a DAC meeting, but maybe just a little step further, baby steps. It would be nice that if we could get some of that information out there too.
Just to plant the seed, TCC also has a whole communications track. Is there an opportunity to have an intern that then can do like an Instagram feed or I don't know what the cool thing is. I'm not that mom, but my kid's also only in first grade. So, you know, but what are the resources that we have that we can pull on to say like, let's get current. We don't have to be old and stodgy. There is an Instagrammer teacher that turns his emails from students into an emo song. It is hilarious. So if you haven't seen it, look at it. Stu, I'll help you out with that later. But you know, what are those things that we can then beef up, maybe leverage differently, leverage at all, that could kind of just make us a little more current?
And I'm going to be contradicting myself, but investigating why staff and students are choosing neighborhood or neighboring districts like St. Vrain and PSD. You know, and you guys, you've heard it before. I mean, we've got some really, really good staff members, and they are dedicated. They love these kids. They're here for an absolute reason, and they're valuable. They're valuable to us. Me and my wife work full time. We need them, you know, and we appreciate them, and I want them to feel needed and appreciated. Up from, I'm not going to say from the ground to the top, but I'm going to say from the left to the right. Just everybody from one side, in the middle, and everybody. That's our goal. You know, our first goal is to feed these kids, but the people behind feeding these kids need the same attention too.
I think we do a lot of that, right? Like, I think teachers stay because of the community that is built here and the culture that is felt across the board. I think, though, we know we're sandwiched between two prominent and probably more wealthy districts, right? And so we don't need to hide from that, but there are things about our district that are making us a district of choice, or there could be, right? So let's explore that. And I think there's something to be said about 2 new principals coming from PSD into our district next year. So what is it that's kind of maybe getting out, right? And that can be with our storytelling and our communications and talking about who we are, getting a little more current with how we're messaging out, reaching out to that community, engaging our community and getting them plugged into our district in different ways. And so, but the staffing component is really around like, let's figure out what it is about our district that sets us apart. It may not be the money, we know that. All right, now what, right? Because people stay when they come, so let's figure that out. And then we can go, yeah. Data gathering and trending, this is similar to what we had mentioned before. The tools are getting better, but now we want to then use that deeper dive or the capability to dive further into the data to inform us. And so really related to student assessments, clarify what are the tools, how are they being used? And then I think there's a story behind when we get iReady data, that is a data point, that is not the only data point. There is data that my child's teacher uses to inform her, but when she sits with my child in the classroom, there's value there too. And so it is not, I get a report, when I get that report, I have a whole nother set of feelings about that. But sticking on track, when you get that report, this is not the only thing that tells me who your student is, right? And so there's a lot of different touch points that our schools have with our students, and we don't talk about those. For some reason, we only release iReady data, so that's weird to me. And then for district insights, can we compare data across tools so that now that we have that deeper dive, we can start to identify different trends that maybe we haven't before. Again, communicating that holistic picture of TSD performance, so it's not so specific on just one data point, making that all of that data approachable so that those of us, again, that don't look at these graphs or trend this data know what to do or how to interpret this. And you feed me that, right? You tell me how to understand this and the story that you want me to tell, instead of kind of releasing it and then people freak out.
Yeah, and a nice way to simplify that is by percentage. It would be nice to see, I love the student numbers, but percentages go a long way, because I mean, if you're like me and you see a percentage, it kind of impacts you a little bit more. You can kind of understand more, because not everybody knows, you know, how many students are in TSD. So when you're telling the public, it would be nice to simplify that and kind of show us that way. I think that actually happened with the budget on the website last year or 2 years ago. That was great to see that kind of information. It was broken down, and in that way, I think our committee is asking for.
And then I think just the last one is really around our role. So we've done a lot of really good learning, but we're not actually accountable for anything. So we don't inform things. You guys see it before we do. That was an intentional decision. And there's an opportunity to potentially flip that, right? Like, can we see something, inform whomever that owner of that presentation data, whatever, and then you guys have a more robust report to you because you had parent community input before it's kind of coming across your desk. I know we tried this idea of a charge, that kind of fell flat. We never heard what came of that afterwards, and so we're kind of like, I guess that's not happening this year, right? And so just, is there something that we are actually accountable for? Is there something that we can inform? Otherwise, we're doing really great learning, but it's for those who are in the room. So not quite sure what opportunity there is there, but planting that seed and then revising our language. You want to cover that?
Revising our language. No, I want to talk about this a little bit more. The
Okay,
clear vision
all right,
of DAC.
yeah.
I feel like it's came a long way, and I don't think anybody in our team wants to rip the rug out from under everything. But we do want to make progress, and I think that's what Bria's talking about. I would love to find ways to grow our parent base in the committee, and I would absolutely love if we got a couple kids in there like we had a couple years ago. That would, I can't, you guys know, I mean, when they were in our little groups doing our activities, it was so valuable. You know, we talked to Mike. Mike speaks up in there, and we've got some principals, and everybody has their own opinion, but those kiddos is where it's at. Like, I forget what it's like.
Would that count to community service?
Yeah. Why not?
Maybe.
Please,
Absolutely.
let's do it. Bria will sign
I
off
have
on it.
ideas about that too, but I can't talk in board meetings. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, so
We do want to also ask that there is a policy change to the language so that there's co-chairs to DAC so that it actually reflects the shared leadership that we have. It's a super simple tweak. Right now it's chair and co-chair, but we had a shared
Yep, I pulled the policy up while you were talking, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's a relatively simple change.
Yeah. We didn't think there'd be much pushback on that,
yeah, teamwork, man, who doesn't like that?
but all right, shall we open it up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
All right,
Questions?
Mike, it's your turn to start.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions and comments. And first off, I just want to thank you both because it was wonderful.
Oh,
And I really appreciate the opportunity to be part of that. I almost didn't
but Stu talked me into it, so, cause I was my 3 committees.
See,
But,
they come, they stay.
But I'm really glad that I did, because as a new board member, it was really helpful to learn, to kind of get that depth of knowledge that you don't necessarily have. And to, you know, and I really appreciated, I relate back to the first meeting I was at, which was at the Career and Technical Center, which inspired me to write an op-ed for the column for the newspaper, which was wonderful, because I think that was just really neat when you get to see firsthand what the district is really doing, and you know, you want to share that. And I do compliment you too, that I think I know you did an amazing job kind of engaging the people and creating fun ways for us to kind of talk and meet other people and get to know people a little bit and hear different perspectives. So I think the way you approached it was really wise, and I think it was really good. One of the things I think that, you know, and when you talk about expanded participation, I think having kids or students that are there, particularly if they can count towards a public service kind of credit, I think would be great. But I also think, I mean, based on my experience, I'd like to see like opening it up a little more broadly and looking at like business leaders in the community being part of it, the hospital, the community college, and then representatives from the jurisdictions, the municipalities, the city, county, and you know, the town of Berthoud and perhaps Johnstown even, that are part of it, and is like, you know, city staff people that kind of like that are higher level executive staff at the cities and towns to be part of it, so they can learn. And I would almost feel like you know, since I know we're not meeting or we're in a bit of a hiatus, like taking the responsibility of trying to go out and recruit, like having worked in economic development, I have some contacts in the business community. Say, hey, you know, we really could, I think it would really benefit for folks to see and understand, even if you don't have kids in the district, there's a value to kind of understanding what the school provides. And so I really, you know, I really think that I hope we can kind of think about that as we go forward. I found it really valuable. The other thing too, related to the input part, sorry, I have no questions. I'm just kind of talking at you. I do think, as a board member and as somebody who's kind of well versed in you know, public processes, I do see a real value in having issues come before the DAC before it comes to the board. The one tonight I thought which was a great opportunity is the cell phone policy. Like, I think it would be wonderful before we come back to the board in 6 months or 8 months or whenever and say, go to DAC and talk to the parents and say, or talk to the people, the community, and kind of put the trial balloon up and see what changes and kind of what that experience is, so we can then come back. Because I think that, like, things like that, I think would be a really good use of your time, and I think it would really help inform our decision making kind of at the board level, to have some of those issues vetted a little bit more. I mean, not that I don't think you don't do a good job with things or anything, but I just think the more people that can kind of be part of that decision making, I think the better. Yeah, and I could think kind of with a lot of the policy decisions that we make, I could see that would be a real value to kind of take it to DAC, to kind of talk about, to kind of, you know, get some feedback and input and hear from some of the parents and stuff. So I'm you know, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, so we're all good. And I think, you know, I hope, you know, I want to work with the board if we can think about kind of expanded, kind of like some new or different people to come be part of it. I think it would be really dynamic and kind of beneficial committee and group for the community. So thank you.
Mike, I really like that. I think it would be a great idea. I hesitate to rip the rug out from everybody, but it would be a great suggestion.
Ryan is quick to sign us up because Ryan also decided he's not going to continue.
So here's what we're going to do next
so
year,
he's
all right?
quick to do that.
Here's what we're going to do next year. I love that idea. Yeah. I don't rip the rug right out.
Which one of the ideas?
Yes.
Bring something before DAC. But I think it's a good idea to do it one of our months. So one of our calendar months, take it into consideration. Co-chair, please. I think that's great to put on the calendar. You know, not get too ahead of ourselves because we were also talking about maybe holding DAC at a couple different locations. We tried TCC where you first met us, which was a huge hit. It was incredible. We loved it. Yeah, great.
I think if we're going to engage various stakeholders, business in particular, it has to be worth their time. And so we've got to, it's great for the education. I think a lot of people got a lot of things out of this year, but if they had the opportunity to be a stakeholder group that's informing something, I think you're gonna have a little bit more pull with them. And the likelihood they're gonna kind of be repeat attenders is higher. And so I think that's just something to consider. Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
All right. Nancy.
Since I've been on the board, I've watched DAC evolve, and it's evolved a lot. And so that's why I always stress to people, turnover is never a bad thing. Now, again, if you have excessive turnover, that's different. And so I've just watched it evolve. A lot of the things that you're talking about, like bringing the policy before the board, and some other things were things that when I was the liaison had brought up, but it was just a different, the people there, it was a different dynamic. And so sometimes it's good for some really different people to come in, but I've also really enjoyed watching the two of you, because I can see where the two of you have really, truly, finally turned DAC into parent-driven. Something that I've always believed was missing, that it was not parent-driven, and it should never be driven by the district. And so I think the policy idea is good. I also, coincidentally, with my one-on-one with Dr. Heller this morning, was talking about how DAC is supposed to provide recommendations to the board about the budget, but I said, by the time they talk to us about the budget, it's too late. And so that's where I was like, for next year, I'd like to see somehow DAC be brought in on the front end, or maybe more something so that you guys can take all of these ideas you have to formulate them into something that's an actual budget recommendation. Because we just haven't ever had that, because by the time, again, this is a really good presentation, but if you had anything in here about the budget, it's like that ship is so sailed.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we're waiting for the final numbers, but it's sailed. And so those are the things that I really like, you know, the need of purpose, you know, you approve charters, you look at, you know, the turnaround plans, unified, you know, but that's not, I mean, it's a duty, but it's not really a purpose. And so I think a lot of the things that you're saying would do that. I would be curious, because I know I saw it up there briefly about how you're changing. If maybe you could tell us like why Merrill Lee's been hanging out in the back there all night.
She's gonna be sitting
because
in.
it was SEAC too,
Yeah.
so I had to go do SEAC.
She's gonna be sitting in this seat next year.
And so that'll be another good relationship to watch. I think you guys have just shown that like you said, two things can be true at the same time. You can have differences and yet you can find commonality and solve things together. And so I think this last year has shown how two people can do that, and that those things are possible. So I just say great job.
Thank you.
Good. Alexandra.
I don't think I have a lot to say. I mean, I think I agree with that. I would like it if you would have more actual input in things. And I think, like you were talking about, like the education that you guys are learning is great. But we also started like the Leadership Thompson program, which is purely education. And so how do we make sure that you guys are something different from that, where that you are actually providing us with, you know, meaningful input and stuff like that. And so I think that would be something to look at. And, you know, like you mentioned, when we did give you the charge like a couple of years ago, and again, like yeah, that's nice, but you know, was that really worthwhile? Probably not. And so I think reconsidering that and looking at how can we truly make your role impactful, whether it's in the budget or policy review, or I mean, I think there's a lot of ways to do that that could benefit us as a board, getting that greater perspective and make you guys feel like you're doing something worthwhile. So I would be in favor of, you know, looking at that as, you know, looking to Sarah and looking to Brett in ways that it can sort of be, you know, reconfigured a little bit more.
Thank you.
In that way.
Denise?
Thank you. I mean, this is a ton of work. It's not always, you know, recognized how much effort you have to put into bringing a group like that together and coming up with a way that you can synthesize in lovely slides, but the kind of impact. And, you know, yes, I think you should be more front-ended into some of our process decisions. But it's also, you know, how do you make DAC, like what you learn here, like, available to everyone? I think that's the hard part, because I mean, if we can convince Ryan good things are happening, you know, there's a lot of people that could also, you know, have much different feelings. And, you know, like the snow day, for an example, you're never going to make anybody happy. But if we had the information, like you said, they may not be as, you know, obnoxious, you know, on whatever they're posting online. And the same thing goes with a lot of what you were talking about, is if people have the information, or they understand why we have one TCC or not, you know, two, or, you know, why we pick the career paths that we have, you just diffuse some of the confusion, irritation, or whatever it is. And you guys are really seeing so much of what's happening around the district. You're a great sort of, you're in a great position to really work with Mike and make sure those things that are exciting to you, I'm sure are exciting to other people in our community. We should be working to get them out.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll wrap up. I have a question. I appreciated reading your celebrations, but I especially appreciated the opportunities and recommendations because they were specific, they were well articulated, and they were concrete. I think it's very easy, not just in education circles, but probably in any organization that wants to improve, to be satisfied with saying, we need to do a better job about, without really formulating that into something that's achievable. And so looking at your statements, I think you've given us some concrete suggestions, and I appreciate that. And Bria, you mentioned that you needed an avenue to share your frustrations. I would suggest that you might turn to Instagram, whatever that is.
You'll never know.
And so with that,
Touché,
thank you both for all the hours, and Ryan for the years you've invested in DAC leadership, and we'll look forward to DAC moving on and emerging in different ways. So thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to thank Sarah and Laura. They have been the backbone. They're awesome. And our committee is incredible. I mean, we refined that list, but they came up with the thinking. I mean, they're great folks.
So I want to echo Sarah and her team. Really has been a partnership, and so I want you all to hear it, just the contributions and the way in which they offered support without kind of guiding us. They really let us run wild, which was fun, and then helped us get the guardrails when we needed to pull in on district process and that sort of thing. But it really was, to your point, Nancy, of parent-led. I think Ryan and I collaborated really well, but we wouldn't have been as successful without the support of the district team. So thank you to you and your team. Ryan, appreciate the partnership. High five. Thank you. And so it's just been a really great year, and we're looking forward to seeing what we can continue to do.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you guys.
All right, Moving to agenda item 7.2, negotiations update.
Tiffany Rogers, Chief Human Resources Officer. President Boyd, members of the board, Dr. Miller, thanks for having Sue Timer and myself this evening. I will let Sue introduce herself as my partner this evening on this presentation.
Hi, Mr. President and Board and Dr. Heller. I'm Sue Timer, President of Thompson Education Association. Glad to be here.
So we wanted to start off by kind of giving you a negotiations update, kind of going through our negotiations team again that's up on the board. We have myself, Sarah Rasmussen, Patty Verdon, Val-Laura Black, Brenda Greaves, Mary Lane, Jason Germain, and Karen are part of the administration negotiating team. And we have actually one of our folks, Val-Laura Black, will be leaving us this year after 6 years on negotiations. So she'll be departing us, and Sue can introduce her team.
So the TEA team consists of myself, Kayla Steele, our Vice President and Fearless Leader, Molly Houston, Jill Date, Katie Corrigan, Mike Pintarik, Megan Courtwright, and Carol Thomas. And Megan Courtwright is also leaving us after 6 years on the team. So.
And then we wouldn't be able to do this without Susan Sparks, our negotiations facilitator. She's been with us for, I think, 30 years.
30 years.
And so
She's
she
amazing.
actually is in quasi-retirement, but she has agreed to keep us on for the duration. I think will be probably one of her last groups that she stands by through the end. So, and hopefully she will train her.
She promised me one more year. She didn't promise anything beyond that. One more year.
She can be bribed with chocolate, I think. I'm not sure. We're gonna give it a whirl. But we wanted to go through our critical questions again, just to remind you guys, because I know President Boyd was there for a lot of our negotiation things, but I know you guys have other commitments outside there. But our 3 questions this year were: what adjustments to elementary plan time need to be made in the MOU to align with the adopted calendars? Our second question was how we recruit and retain quality professionals. That's really the compensation question. And then how can we maximize the effectiveness of professional development? I would like to say we successfully tackled all these questions through the process, through our negotiations process.
So to give you a status update, we are through with our negotiations meetings. We wrapped up May 5th. We do have a tentative agreement and have had the language reviewed by 2+2. A ballot, including that a summary and a link to the actual tentative agreement, was sent to TEA members last Friday, and we are in the process of voting. I will let you know next Wednesday where we stand. Hopefully we will be at greater than 50% saying yes. And should TEA ratify, which hopefully they will, we will recommend that the board take action to approve the tentative agreement as well. So a little bit more detail on the questions. Question 1, we did reach consensus. Elementary plan time has been a many years long process. We have worked bit by bit. Historically in the MOU, elementary teachers have had 300 minutes a week of plan time. Middle schools had 390 and high schools had 440. And that was okay way back, like when Susan Sparks started and I was on the team and I was teaching first grade, that was plenty of time for plan time for elementary teachers. But that is not true with the kinds of things that we have asked of elementary teachers. So there have been little incremental steps taken over years. And one of the big steps that came last year, we negotiations tasked the calendar committee with looking at providing more time, and you have already seen that. You've approved that calendar. We took it back, and negotiations has now put those added elementary plan days into the MOU within the tentative agreement. We also, by doing this, we have increased elementary plan time to almost match that of middle school. Is a huge win for teachers. I mean, it's a win for everybody because people have the time to do it, but
this has been a really big deal for teachers.
And we were able to put that in place with the calendar committee this year, and Ms. Lawson was on that group with us, so approving the calendar piece I think was a big win for the elementary prime time component. So, question 2 was we did reach consensus on the compensation question. We went through and provided steps and columns as part of that. We are requiring 4 furlough days, which would be August 14th during our TENS week. And then January 4th of 2027, March 4th of 2027, and May 28th of 2027. May 27th will now become the last day of school. So May 28th was kind of a half-day students, half-day teacher. That will move back to the 27th and be a half-day student, half-day licensed work day. And then the 28th will become the furlough day. Insurance benefits, TSD will continue to pay 100% of the individual premiums for the PPO Select medical, dental, life, and disability insurance for each employee. That equates to about $12,333 annually for each employee. And we have close to, I think it's like 88% participation in that plan. So in the plan for employee only. And then also extra duty contracts, we applied 10% to the base of the extra duty.
2%.
2%.
No,
What did I say?
you said 10, which would be great, but.
I must be tired. I read 2, but I said 10. Great. Applied 2% to the base of the extra duty salary schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people like
Todd
it
is
for a
thrilled.
moment.
And now Todd's my best friend. But yes, 2% to the base of the extra duty salary schedule. On the board memo does talk about how the funding for this comes through this process, and that was listed out in the board memo regarding the furlough days, kind of equates to the steps and columns, and then there was some things that were done with regard to compensation to come up with the 2% for the base to the extra duty salary schedule. The other piece on the next slide is a continuation of that, where we are suspending the license tuition reimbursement for the 26-27 school year. That is helping fund the extra duty contract component. And then our 1.0 FTE licensed staff, the group that was moving from BA00 step 4 to BA00 step 5 will get a one-time $1,000 stipend. And the stipend amount is prorated based on their FTE. So if they're not full-time, they would get a percentage of that. If they're half-time, they get $500. And such, and that was because there was a small amount. It was like a total, I think, that somebody got to move to that step was like $76 annually. And so with the furlough days and such in there, we wanted to make sure that we increase some compensation for that particular component to retain our staff. And then we did agree to TSD will cover 7 of the 10 extra days for the TEA president, and TEA will reimburse the district for 3 days for the 26-27 school year. Currently it was set to be 5 and 5, and so now it's going to be 7 and 3.
So our third question.
Oh, can we go back to this is so one thing to talk about this was probably our hardest conversation, just because that is impacting people's lives and their income and those things, and their satisfaction potentially with the district. I think one of the things that we were not able to do through this process is our COLA increase or anything with that component. So that still remains something that is a funding challenge for us. So although we were successful in reaching consensus, we all agreed as a negotiation team on both sides. It's a very difficult question and process, and just making sure that we are acknowledging the difficulty of that and the challenges that we still face in attracting and retaining talent.
And while I haven't seen the survey on the teacher side, I haven't seen the results regularly on the teacher side, I will say I am surprised at how many no votes we have this year. It's very discouraging. And I think that reflects the fact that we weren't able to offer COLA or as much, and probably reflects the furlough days as well. The third question was professional development, and that was kind of a large question. Look at Sarah as we worked through that. We weren't sure how much we could actually do on this, and we actually reached consensus, and I think we all feel pretty good about several elements of professional development we were able to address. One of the pieces was TENS week structure. It is currently in the MOU that the last day of TENS week is that teachers have 2 days of planning during that TENS week, 5 days. the last one has to be teacher time because they got to get in their room and get ready for the kids. But we have had a plan in the calendar based on what was known or needed for the next year, or just based on not having changed it from the year before. And so we really listened to values for that. And one of the elements we added was that buildings will get at least a half day of building time the first day of TENS week. That was heard pretty loudly. How that calendar gets moved around will be set in the MOU based on negotiations. But if we're anticipating a change for the next year and don't have time to wait for negotiations, that a recommendation can go to PCC to be approved or turned down. Another piece of that, for several years in a row, high school counselors have come to PCC with a variance in the schedule. They desperately need to be in their building during TENS week, that last week before people start, especially for students who are transferring from another district. And they have had to come to us each year for a variance. So there is an agreement that high school counselors get an extended contract of 10 days. Most of them, I think, work 5 days before and 5 days after the school year. And they will take one of those days before school starts to do their PD, their district PD, in exchange for being in their buildings on one of the district PD days. So the district will figure out which day. This year it doesn't matter because of furlough, but that's how that's how it will be set going forward. We'd also already figured out for the coming year. TIC was a little bit of an interesting thing because currently in the Thompson incentive credit, teachers able to get credit for training within the district or other classes that can be transcripted within Thompson's system. Currently, has been set that the director of PD and the Thompson EA president work together to approve that. Most of a lot of the professional development stuff will be housed within learning services, but that could put us in a potential where there's a conflict of interest. I'm recommending this course and approving it too. So we set it up that it will be a committee of the TEA president or designate another teacher and a district administrator. Question 3, still more on professional development. A third area of that is some planning and review. So we're really trying to increase collaboration. We want to keep very high level quality PD, and we want teacher voice to be part of that. So you may be aware that out of negotiations there has been a committee developed that's budget study, where it's some teachers and some district administrators really do a lot of sandbox work with the budget so that it's easier in negotiations. So we use that as a model to set up a collaborative team to be looking at professional development. And that team will meet monthly, will look at data, will collect data after PD, but we'll also look at data of what's happening well in the district and where needs are, and will help inform and review PD. The district will utilize some existing groups as well to help increase bi-directional communication regarding PD. So some of the instructional leaders will be part of that. And we set an expectation that PD sessions of 4 or more hours will include some implementation time, because one of the hardest things is you go sit and get for 6 or 8 hours of really good learning, and then you've got to go into your classroom the next day, and it's really hard to actually think about how that good learning is going to get applied. So there will be some opportunity for that. And we'll just try to be very careful that going into the year, we're hearing kind of a focus for PD, but then for each day, what are we hoping that you're getting out of this for that day? Phew, that was a lot on PD.
Yep.
they had a lot of, the work product too is attached to the board memo as well, if you wanna see the work product, the interests and options and those kind of things, and just our kind of work throughout the day. You can read some of those things on there, but PD did have the most post-it papers around the room, so it was a big question. Some additional charges that were set for the school year. A lot of times what we do is we set up some additional charges for some of the committees we have, like if we're gonna have a task force or budget study or something with PCC. As you saw, they have the new responsibility of approving changes to the 10-week calendar. We do have a charge for the budget study committee to explore our historical healthcare costs, our current policy regarding that, projections for our future costs in healthcare, and how health insurance is part of the total compensation package, what that looks like, to include like healthcare plan design, the cost of that, cost share options with employees, and just district competitiveness, looking to see how we are set up in the marketplace, looking to see if we're providing more or less, how we can use those levers in total compensation to create a total compensation package that's appealing to attract and retain talent. So that's part of that. And the findings will be submitted by December to the 2+2 committee. And then we also have an extra duty task force who will be investigating the multiple salary schedules for extra duties, and will report on recommendations about some potential options to be able to kind of split this into different groups. And that was something that began this year. And what we determined along the way was we needed some different representation in that group to be able to reflect the different types of work that's done on that very large salary schedule. So there's work to be done with that task force, and a member of the 2+2 committee will be sitting in on that task force. Any questions that you guys have for us?
All right, Nancy, start with you.
No, I'm sure you guys are like breathing a sigh of relief. You got through it. I know it was a lot of work, and so I really appreciate all the work that you guys do. I'm sorry, I just, my work schedule, I can't get to the, sit there and do the negotiations, but I know that you two are very capable, and thank you.
Alexander.
So the question I have, I don't even really want to ask, but I'm going to do it anyway. What happens if the TEA does not get 50% plus approval?
Well, then the board has to recognize that, and we have to figure out, do we have to reopen negotiations, or where are we at? I don't think we have a clear next steps picture.
Okay. But basically we would, potentially go back to the drawing board.
Hopefully not to start, but yeah.
Add some days back just on the compensation question. We wouldn't go back to the other two questions.
Oh, okay.
Right? Just focus on
While I was sitting here, I sent a fourth reminder people to vote. Yeah.
Because right now the feedback's been on that, not the other.
Well, they can't give feedback on that form, but what I'm hearing, people are concerned about.
The compensation.
Yeah.
Understand.
The teachers who are all the way over and down are upset because they don't have a step to take,
right?
And they will lose, and they are almost at retire. Some of them are almost at retirement.
Yeah.
Teachers who, people who are already who do multiple extra duties recognize that 2%. While 2% looks nice and we call it a COLA, it really doesn't significantly impact how much they will be making. 4 furlough days hits hard. It really does. We believed in steps and columns for longevity, and also stating that we recognize a day's work is worth this much, and telling people don't work on furlough days, and they're still hitting really hard. Yeah. And we had been trying to prepare people, but I don't think we as a team were anticipating 4 furlough days. So it was painful. Yeah.
We think although we felt success, like we were glad that we got to the point where we had come to a consensus on something. Still, I think when we sat in the rooms, I know President Boyd was there, that we were still saddened by the reality of what is on the paper.
Right.
So,
and that I hope they know that we don't really like it either.
No.
I think people know that.
Yeah.
All right, Denise.
Do we know, I mean, I know we're doing a salary or a benefits study, but what currently do we know in terms of paying for benefits for tutoring St. Vrain?
So I think what we've got to look at is we have to look at a variety of things when we look at benefits, like what plan do they offer, how much are they asking in cost share. Some are asking for cost share. I'm hearing more discussions about, hey, we've maybe covered it all before, but maybe we can't. There's been, people have made plan changes and revisions. Not everybody's done yet, so hopefully once that data is produced, that'll help supply us for knowing we're kind of working in arrears. But it's really looking at the total compensation package. We may decide that that is a lever we want to keep because that's a competitive advantage for us, because we can't do some of the other. You just have to look at our benefits in terms of insurance, what we provide in terms of annual leave, and our compensation in general, to look at what that whole package is. Yeah. So that's part of what that process will be.
I don't have any questions, just at this, just thank you, I know it's probably a lot of work and time, so.
All right. I have a question and then just a couple of quick comments. What's the cost to the district of picking up the 7 days for the TEA president? Do you happen to know that offhand?
Go all the way over this year.
Approximately.
And it differs. Didn't we
It's
say
I think it's in the board memo. Hold on.
I believe it's in the board memo, yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, $6,600.
Yeah,
Oh,
66.
6.6 total.
10.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's the
10
amount?
days cost 66, so what is that?
The district's spending $4,600 on that, and TEA spending
Oh, yeah, there you go.
$1,980 on that.
Yep, that's the split.
4,600.
I wrote this, I just forgot by now.
And we were charged, budget study was charged to look at that this year because last year this was one of the very last pieces that was decided, and it changed historically. Those 10 extra days have been paid for by the district because they're usually district expectations in the summer. In our hurry last year, we said everything was 50-50, and then TEA looked and said, oh my God, we literally, so we were given reprieve from it for this year.
Okay.
We literally could not have paid that this year.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, we had a zero budget with paying half of, or not paying our half of it. So we were supposed to go to half and half. We went to 7 and 3.
And this is a 1-year thing, so as
Yes.
the goals, the runway is to get to the 50-50, but this provides a runway for that.
Okay. And then just 3 comments. I mentioned that I wasn't allowed into some of the sessions when you were caucusing, when the 2 teams were caucusing. But even when the group came back together as a large group, I heard some hard emotional conversations. But in the face of those conversations, I felt both sides were very respectful, very collaborative. The feelings were there, particularly from the teachers because of the financial impact, etc. But it was a very, I'll use the word uplifting experience to be an observer and to see the kindness and the cooperation and collaboration that was so evident. So I appreciated being present for that. All right, thank you. We're gonna move to the last item, which is 7.3. Tiffany, I bet you're staying.
I'm staying.
All right.
Well, actually, can we just give it to Sarah, because Sarah's done all the things this evening.
All right.
And I would just say on this one, just given the time, I know that we did an executive session where Tiffany had a chance to go through this with all of you.
Right.
You know, I don't want her to feel like she has to necessarily go through and present it all again.
Sure.
Would know, if there are questions or specific issues that you guys are running into in implementing
and
this.
we've seen it.
Yes.
As part of
Correct.
the board packet. So
Do Friday.
Yes, do
board,
Friday.
are you okay with that? Of foregoing the presentation and then just my opening it for questions and comments?
Yeah.
Is everybody okay with that? No?
No, I mean, I don't have questions.
I don't either, no.
All right. So Alexandra, I'm going to start with you. Questions or comments?
I have no questions. No. It's fine, okay.
Denise, Mike.
I just have a question. Is it possible for me to call you just to talk through the some of the questions and
Yes.
get an understanding. It would be great.
We can talk afterwards and figure it out.
Yeah.
We can do that.
All right. Nancy, anything, comments or questions? No. Okay. I don't either have comments or questions. We'll move to agenda item number 8, future topic items for board consideration. Does anyone have anything that they'd like to talk about at a future meeting? Hearing none, meeting adjourned.